Good morning again, everybody. I'm Diana Downey. I'm Chief Counsel at the Public Staff. I've been with the Public Staff for over 14 years, but I've assumed this position as Chief Counsel just in July of last year in the middle of the pandemic. I'm an attorney by trade, but I'm sort of a power plant geek. I love to visit power plants, and I've been to about 21 of them. So I'll show you a picture of one as we go through the presentation because I just can't help myself. Before I worked at the public staff, I worked at the General Assembly, both on central staff and as partisan staff. So I've got some drafting background. But I'd say one of the best parts of my job at the public staff is that I learn something new every day about utility regulation. It's a very dynamic area of the law. It's especially right now, it's constantly changing. So I learn something every day. And so we've got a lot to cover today. I hope to take a break. I've got a lot, but maybe we'll take a break about 10, 15 or so, depending upon how we're going. So with that, let's get started. All right, so I have to, as a lawyer, give you a disclaimer because I don't want folks waiving this presentation in front of one of my witnesses at a hearing. So anyway, that being said, so the first thing I'm showing you is a train, and you might think that's very strange. This is a train in Tournon, France. It's a steam train powered by coal, and they take you up to the top of a mountain, and then they take the engine off, and they turn it around, and they take you back down the mountain. Very interesting. But you're going, why in the world is she showing me a picture of a train at 9 o'clock in the morning when I haven't even had my coffee yet? So the reason I'm showing you that is because the commission started out as the Railroad Commission in 1891. They don't regulate railroads now, but that's how they got started. Now, Sam's going to tell you more about the commission, but just briefly, there are 7 commissioners that serve 6-year terms. They're appointed by the governor and confirmed by the General Assembly. The key functions of the commission are listed there, and primarily they adjudicate utility requests for changes in rates and terms of service, but they do a whole lot of other things. But the key takeaway here is the commission mostly sits like a court. And again, Sam, who's the commission counsel, will cover more about what the commission does. So I'm a member of the public staff, and we're often confused with the commission because we have the same name in our names. You know, they're the North Carolina Utilities Commission, and we're the public staff of the North Carolina Utilities Commission, but we're completely independent from each other. The public staff was established much later than the commission in 1977 by statute, and what we're charged with doing is representing the using and consuming public before the commission. We are especially charged with doing that. Other parties may move to intervene or ask to be involved in cases, but we're specifically directed to represent the public. Currently, we have about 81 staff members organized into 8 divisions. We have accountants, engineers, attorneys, economists, and we have an executive director, and we have a consumer services division. So a key takeaway here is that we represent the using and consuming public. That doesn't mean we represent everybody. We do not represent people who are not in the territory of a regulated utility. And just another thing here, we went from 9 to 8 divisions. We just recently combined our electric and gas divisions into what we're now calling the energy division. Key functions of the public staff. One of them there is in red, and this is what we spend a lot of our time doing, is to audit regulated utilities and commission investigations and proceedings. And then we present our testimony of findings and recommendations before the commission. Ultimately, the commission makes the determination. We also investigate customer complaints. We assist legislative staff and legislators with legislation they're considering. We work with state agencies on regulated utility matters, and we undertake studies and make recommendations. And something that we're doing more and more of recently is we're facilitating stakeholder and working groups. Recently, we were asked to co-lead a stakeholder group on Duke's electric transportation pilot. And so we often get involved at the Commission's request in facilitating stakeholder meetings. Now, I mentioned that the Commission and the public staff were different. We're independent agencies. We have separate staffs, leadership, and budgets. The Commission does not oversee or direct our operations. We appear as a party, just like other parties. The Commission staff serves as advisory staff. They advise the commissioners on the law and the issues. We're an audit and advocacy staff. But both of us are funded by a regulatory fee that's imposed on what they call the jurisdictional revenues of the regulated utilities. So we're fee supported. So before we talk about what's involved in the rate making process, there are a few foundational concepts that we need to go over. So what's regulated and why? What's regulated under Chapter 62 of the General Statutes are the rates and service of public utilities. And that's a specifically defined term, and it's a very long definition about what is and what is not regulated. But generally, if you're producing or delivering a utility service to the public for compensation, you are a public utility. So in our state, and this varies in different states, who is regulated? Well, in our state, we have, in the electric arena, we have 3 investor-owned companies, and you're probably familiar with them: Duke Energy Carolinas, Duke Energy Progress, and Dominion Energy North Carolina. There are also 2 smaller electric utilities that are university-owned, New River and Western Carolina, who are also regulated by the Commission. Natural gas, we have 5 local distribution companies, and what you're probably most familiar with are Piedmont, which is now owned by Duke, and Public Service North Carolina, who's now owned by Dominion. Transportation, we have 328 household goods moving companies, and these are moving companies that are strictly operating in the state and not between states. We have some ferry boat operators who are regulated. The most notable one is Bald Head Island. That is in the process by statute of transitioning to an authority, but we still regulate them at the moment. Water and wastewater companies, you see the numbers there. We regulate 93 water and wastewater providers, and these are all private companies. Telecom is mostly deregulated. Non-regulated utilities, we don't regulate municipal utilities, electric member cooperatives, or water and sewer authorities and sanitation districts. And the idea behind this is that if members and citizens don't like how the utility is being run, they just vote their folks out and vote for somebody else. Although they're not regulated, these utilities tend to follow cost of service principles, like we'll discuss. And rate making is relevant to these entities because they may purchase wholesale utility service from regulated utilities. So they're often interested in what's going on in the rate making process and in front of the Commission. Some more principles of regulation that we think about when we're doing rate making. One is called what we call the regulatory compact. So most utility functions are a natural monopoly for an essential service. So what that means is, in exchange for a regulator granting the utility a protected monopoly within its franchise or service territory, the utility commits to supply the full quantities demanded by customers at a regulated price. So they're not subject to competition, but they have the obligation to serve. Legal parameters, as I mentioned before, utility regulation is established under Chapter 62 of the General Statutes. The Commission is bound by statutory parameters, but it exercises its judgment within those parameters. Commission decisions must be on sworn evidence. Remember, I mentioned that they sit like a court. Commission regulation acts in concert with federal and state regulation. Like all other laws, federal regulation preempts state regulation. And of course, the public staff has no authority to direct the utilities. As we're an advocate, the commission actually decides, but we're not the judge. We may persuade them, but we can't tell them. Another principle that we use in rate making is the least cost requirement. The statute that you see there requires energy planning and fixing of rates in a manner to result in the least cost mix of generation and demand side reduction. So what we're looking for in rate making is the reasonable least cost means of capacity construction, energy production, and regulatory compliance. Now, least cost doesn't mean the absolute lowest cost. We have to consider reliability, maintenance, replacement, estimated obsolescence, and then policy goals like clean energy. And we use present value calculations when we're doing this. So some basic rate making questions related to these principles that we're thinking about when we're undertaking rate making is, rates should be designed to recover a utility's reasonable and prudently incurred costs. So the fundamental question for utilities as they're going into rate making is, can we recover it through rates? For regulators, what we're thinking about is, does it benefit ratepayers, and is it least cost, as we were just discussing? So there's some engineering and accounting technical concepts that we utilize when we're undertaking rate making. So I told you I was going to show you a picture of a power plant. And this is several of us, I don't know how many years ago this was. I obviously look younger here. So it must have been some time ago. But we're inside of a power plant. And, if I was with you in person, I would ask anybody if they knew what this power plant was, but you're not. So anyway, to me, it's one of the most interesting power plants I've been to. This is called the Bad Creek Pump Storage Facility. It's located in Northwest South Carolina on Lake Jocassee. It's a approximately 1,000 megawatt hydroelectric facility that's built into the mountain. It has 14 floors, and a 25-story building can fit horizontally inside the facility. Very fascinating. So they blasted and so forth to develop this tunnel so they can get into it, and I'll show it to you here. So here's how it works, and I'm digressing a little bit, but I told you I'm a power plant geek. So here's the access tunnel. I don't know if you can see this on my cursor. This is where we were just standing. The reservoir, to generate electricity, they release water from this reservoir. It goes through here, turns the turbines and creates the electricity, and then they just discharge the water. On off-peak times, when electricity is cheap, they'll pump water back up here. So it's a very interesting and good way to produce electricity. It's sort of like a large battery. Very fascinating. All right, back to rate making. So an engineering concept that we use is energy versus capacity. We have to think about both of them. So energy is the actual electricity being produced or consumed at any one time. Capacity is the infrastructure needed to produce electricity. So the way to look at this is energy is like an odometer. In other words, it tells you how much you have traveled or used. Capacity is like a speedometer. It tells you how fast you're going or how much you're using at any given point. For instance, a residential customer, its demand varies, but it's not unreasonable for a residential customer to be using 15 kW at a point when a house is running wide open. The average residential customer uses about 1,100 kilowatt hours a month. So I'm just going to show you how electric bills are allocated in terms of production, customer cost. And the point of this is just to show you that every utility is a little different in terms of how costs are allocated. So this is Duke Energy Carolinas, and you'll see that fixed production constitutes 45% of a typical build. And you'll see that Duke Energy Progress is at 34% of fixed production. So a possible reason for that is Duke Energy Progress tends to use more purchase power from solar and other small power producers. And this is Dominion Energy, North Carolina. They're our utility up in the northeastern part of the state. So Dominion is in a regional transmission organization, or RTO, which is a wholesale market, which may possibly account for the difference in their allocation. So another concept to think about is peak demand. So a utility has to have enough capacity to meet peak demand. You don't want to be short, but that capacity must be firm and must be dispatchable. That is, to be able to be called upon when needed. It can't be intermittent. So when customer demand equals or exceeds current generation, so the utility has to do something, right? So they either have to bring additional generation online, purchase power from another source, implement demand response measures, or curtail customer usage. So peak demand continues to increase each year. Residential peak demand is driven by a variety of devices, primarily air conditioning and heating. That really drives it up. And of course, as we just discussed, system must be sized to meet peak demand. So in the past, more likely the overall peak, system peak, would be in the summertime because of air conditioning and so forth. Well, now we're starting to see winter peaks that are greater than summer peaks, especially in the western part of the state. So this graph illustrates how load is served. That's what we've got a load duration curve here. So at peaking load capacity, that tends to be met with gas turbines that were cheap to build but expensive to run because they have poor heat rates and a high cost of fuel. Typically, they ran less than 5% of the time, though in recent years, that's changed somewhat with the relative low cost of natural gas. Load following capacity historically would be small to medium coal plants and natural gas combined cycle units. These plants have the ability to ramp up and down as demand requirements vary during the day. Base load capacity is nuclear and historically larger, more efficient coal plants. Base load is that portion of customer demand that is constant or nearly constant 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Today, due to efficiency and the low cost of natural gas combined cycle plants often function as base load. So the point of this demand profile chart is to show demand profiles of various customer classes, and they vary depending upon the class. The main point here is industrial loads tend to be flatter, less variable over the course of the day than residential and commercial. If you think about it, residential customers, they use a lot in the morning, and then in the afternoon is when they really ramp up. So I apologize for the age of this slide, but the whole point of this slide is just to show you what an economic dispatch supply curve looks like. But the point is that the dispatch of coal versus natural gas, the reason there's an overlap here is because when the prices are close, they tend to overlap. In other words, if gas is cheaper, they'll run that. If coal is cheaper, they'll run that. Lately, the megawatt hour cost to dispatch coal versus gas has been close. So that's why you have this overlap, and I think that's still the case. Again, this is an older slide. Apologies. This is 2015, but it is helpful to see this because solar photovoltaic and battery storage costs have both been decreasing since this time. So moving on to accounting concepts, one of the concepts is uniform system of accounts. So rate making necessarily, as I've said, involves an audit of the books and records of the utility. Federal law and commission rule require utilities to utilize this uniform system of accounts, USOA, in maintaining their books and records. So USOA provides account descriptions, definitions, and instructions. That is, what goes where, what do you record where. And what it does is provides consistency and uniformity among utilities, which helps in regulation. So USOA differs in some respects from what you're probably more familiar with, that is GAAP. For example, under GAAP, an expense is recognized when it occurs. Under USOA, an expense may be amortized or deferred under certain circumstances. So what makes this so complicated is persons auditing utility books and records must understand both USOA and GAAP. So my hat's off to our accountants. And this is just showing you the chart of accounts and what are the various categories. So interesting thing about this 900, we really scrutinize these in rate cases because they tend to put a lot of miscellaneous things in here, and sometimes we find things that are not related to providing utility services. Okay. Anatomy of a rate case. So the rate case process generally takes 270 days. Okay, so what's magic about 270? It's the statutory, it's established by statute, and it's the time within which if the rate case is not completed, when we don't have a commission order within 270 days, the utility can put rates in without refund. So it's very important to get that done. Now, the utility can, and as I'll explain to you, can waive that. But typically a rate case takes about 270 days. So here's the process. The utility files their application. The commission suspends rates. And here's where we swing into action. We engage in discovery, we audit, investigate, and we file testimony. Now, what does that mean to engage in discovery? Typically, what that means is we send questions and document requests. We call them data requests. Now, in these last rate cases, we probably sent over 1,000 individual questions to the utility. So it's very, very time-consuming and thorough. And we filed testimony. I can't remember how many folks filed testimony in this last Duke rate case, but it had to be at least 10 people. So at the same time, other interveners, other parties, are conducting discovery, and they file testimony as well. Settlement discussions may occur. We have public hearings, and then we have evidentiary hearings. The parties file proposed orders and briefs. The commission takes those into account and issues their own order, and then the utility puts new rates into effect. So this timeline was drastically altered in two recent Duke rate cases, which were interrupted by COVID last year. So they filed, both Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress filed rate cases around September, October of 2019. So we had discovery, we had the public hearings, we filed testimony. We were just getting ready to start the evidentiary hearings when COVID hit, and we were shut down. So the commission suspended the hearings. The utility agreed to waive this 270-day limit. I think back then we were thinking, well, maybe we can have an in-person hearing later in the summer. I don't know what we were thinking, but that's what we were thinking at the time. I think we're all hopeful, but it didn't turn out that way. But we did ultimately resume the hearings in late August. Now, this took everybody trying to figure this out on the fly. If you think about it, back in March of last year, we had just gotten Microsoft Teams. The commission, I don't think, were conducting any hearings virtually. And so we were in a position of the commission had to figure out how to set up get a virtual platform. We had to figure out procedures. We had to learn how to use them. And, all of this as things were evolving. So it was very much a challenge, but between commission staff and the commissioners and the parties, we finally got everything together and had the hearing starting in late August. So we had the hearings, we concluded the hearings, we filed proposed orders and briefs. And then came the wild cards. So the Supreme Court issued a decision on earlier rate cases that provided guidance to the commission on an issue before the commission in these cases. So there you go. So here's, okay, all of a sudden the commission's got to take something else into account. Now we were expecting these decisions, but we just didn't know exactly when they were coming. But they came right after we concluded everything. And then we threw something else at the commission. Several of the parties got together and entered into a comprehensive settlement on coal ash cost recovery. So the commission is considering these and other issues, and orders are still pending. Giving the commission credit, they've had a lot they've had to deal with these cases, but we're hopeful to have a decision soon. And I think I saw a question, is 270 a max? Yes. Under the statute it is, but again, the utility can waive the right to put rates in without refund. So some general rate-making principles. Utility base rates are established pursuant to statute. Rates must be just and reasonable, based on a cost of service in the test period, adjusted for non-recurring or non-representative costs. So when we're establishing or looking at a rate case, we're looking at a test year. What a test year is a financial data from a historical 12-month period. It serves as a proxy for the anticipated level of cost for the period of time rates will be in effect. So we say, okay, let's look at the cost during calendar year 2019 and say, okay, is that representative of what's going to happen going forward? And so there might be some what we call pro forma adjustments. And here's an example how that plays out. So what we're trying to get to in rate making is a revenue requirement. And we have a formula that's up here on the screen, and we'll talk about each one of these items in turn, but we're trying to get to a revenue requirement. So the first thing is rate base. So rate base is the reasonable and prudent cost of property on which a public utility is authorized to earn its rate of return. So to calculate rate base, you have the original cost of an asset minus accumulated depreciation. We'll talk more about that. So what's original cost? Original cost includes capital additions since original construction. So it's original construction plus capital additions. For instance, let's say a coal plant, they add emissions control system to it. That gets added to the original cost. Now these assets must be used and useful. A utility can't recover an investment if it builds assets it doesn't need to provide service. But a reasonable planning horizon is allowed. In other words, there's some room there. You don't have to build the exact amount. The commission does allow some room for planning. Accumulated depreciation is how capital investment is recovered. It's recovered through the accumulated depreciation expense. So typical utility assets and rate base, they're listed here, and they're what you would expect. Generation, transmission, distribution, vehicles, equipment, that sort of thing, computers, software. So a rate of return is applied to rate base. So what's the rate of return? It's the percentage return the utility is allowed to earn on its invested capital. It's designed to compensate investors for their use of capital and associated risk. Rate of return has three components: cost of debt, cost of equity, which we also call ROE, and capital structure. A very important concept that people tend to misunderstand is that the rate of return is not guaranteed. It's the return the utility is authorized to return. So the first element of rate of return is cost of debt. Now, cost of debt is pretty straightforward. It's considered less risky than equity because it has a senior claim on utility earnings. Cost of debt calculation is straightforward. It is whatever it is. Debt usually refers to bonds, and it's usually influenced by the utility's credit rating. So that's usually not very controversial. Cost of equity, or ROE, is very controversial. So the higher financial risk of the utility, the higher rate of return is required to induce investors to bear the risk. Typically, though, regulated utilities are lower risk to investors than businesses that face competition. And what makes ROEs so controversial is that it can't be precisely calculated like cost of debt. So it must be estimated using models. And different people have their different ideas about which model is appropriate to use. This particular item involves big dollars. That's another reason it's controversial. So the stakes are high. The last element of rate of return is capital structure. So this is the ratio of the utility's debt to equity. Since equity is more costly than debt, if the utility has a higher percentage of equity, that will result in higher rates. The other takeaway here is while while capital structure is, you can calculate it. There is a capital structure. The commission can impute whatever capital structure it considers to be appropriate. There's an example down there. So here's our formula again. So we've talked about rate base. We've talked about rate of return and its elements. So let's talk about expenses. So utilities are authorized to recover reasonable and prudent expenses. Maintenance and operation are typical categories. And here are some examples. You set, as we discussed before, you set a level based on the test year with pro forma adjustments that are known and measurable. So some examples of disallowed expenses would be things like public relations, charitable expenses, and that sort of thing. You probably hear Duke Energy advertisements on television and so forth, and they say paid for by Duke Energy shareholders. That's why. Depreciation expense. We discussed this a little bit ago. So depreciation expense is designed to recover the cost of property over its estimated life. If an item is fully depreciated but remains in utility service, there's no depreciation expense for that in the test year. So how do we calculate depreciation expense? So you have to figure out what the depreciation rate is for the asset. So the depreciation rate is the cost of the asset plus cost of removal, tear it down, get rid of it, get salvage, minus salvage value over the life of the plant asset. Reasonable minds can disagree on the appropriate rate, and this is often a contested issue. So here's a depreciation example from the previous slide. And we won't go through this in detail, but it just shows you that there is a calculation. All right, so we've been through all of the elements of our rate of return, revenue requirement formula. So how does that work? So we've been through months and months and months of discovery. We've probably been on some site visits, except for not since March of last year, but typically we go visit power plants and new assets that are put into service to put our eyes on them and understand how they work and that they're actually working and they're being used. Then the public staff, the accountants and the engineers and so forth, put our heads together and go, okay, what adjustments to the company's application do we think are appropriate? By adjustments, that usually means deductions from the company's ask. And it appears in summary form on what we call our Schedule 1, which is shown on this screen. It's very busy, and I apologize for that. But it's just to give you an idea of the scope of the audit that the public staff undertakes. Now, this is not the only schedule that we provide to the other parties and to the commission. For about every line item there is a corresponding schedule that shows how that amount is calculated and how we got to that number. So, and there's also supporting testimony that explains it. So this is just sort of the summary sheet, and it's our handy tool for just for our overall case. But what I wanted to point out to you, a couple things that relate back to what we've been talking about. If you look at, so in line 5, we recommended a change in equity from 53 to 50. Now remember I said equity costs more, so lowering the equity percentage from 53 to 50 resulted in a reduction or an adjustment of 39 million. These are, you got to add zeros to all this. So this is 39 million. Line 6, ROE, oops, that's not 6, line 7. So we recommended a change on the ROE from 10.75 to 9.1. That resulted in a recommended adjustment of almost $153 million. That illustrates the large amount of dollars at stake on that one issue. And we talked about depreciation expense. This is down here in line 25. Our adjustment resulted in a $40 million adjustment. So that illustrates how a difference in an element of depreciation rates affects the ultimate expense that's recoverable. So who were these ladies? So I'm showing you this to illustrate that cases can be very contentious and often are, especially very large rate cases. It draws the interest of a lot of parties who intervene. And as I've been with the public staff, I've seen more and more parties intervene in large rate cases. This most recent cases, we had the Attorney General, industrial customers, clean energy advocates, environmental advocates, large commercial like Walmart, municipalities, and low-income advocates, just to name some. Those parties tend to focus on issues specifically related to their mission or interest. So here's a picture of the local Raging Grannies. Now, I had never heard of the Raging Grannies before 2011, but you can actually look them up. They're an international organization, and they sing. The first time I encountered them was during a hearing when they sang in front of the commission, after which the commission changed its rules so that people couldn't sing at hearings because it tends to interrupt the hearing. So now they do it outside. Now, if we were in person, I would probably show you the video of this, but you can look them up on YouTube if you're interested. But people are very, very passionate, and I don't think that's a bad thing. So once you figure out the overall revenue requirement, then you've got to figure out how to allocate those costs. Okay, so you got a big number. How do you determine who pays what amount? Well, first you have to allocate the costs to the jurisdiction and to the customer classes. For instance, with respect to Duke, about 70% of Duke system costs are allocated to North Carolina. So that, for instance, if a plant is built in South Carolina, we pay for 70% of it because it's used to provide service to the whole system. Once you allocate costs or you direct allocate, for instance, distribution lines, if they're within one jurisdiction, they're allocated to that jurisdiction. Once you figure out what's allocated to the jurisdiction, then you have to figure out how to allocate to the individual customer classes. So there's no precise way to do it because, I guess if you had the right kind of tools, you could get down to exactly how much does it cost to serve Diana Downey, but we don't do that right now. So we have to use some sort of methodology to allocate to the classes. This is another area that can be contentious. So currently, Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress are using what's called summer coincident peak. And the customer share of this, and what that means is costs are allocated based on what the customer's share of the load is during the system's peak, summer peak. Dominion uses what we call SWPA. And what that means is you have to think about the fact that SWPA assumes that plant has to be built to serve at all hours. This tends to favor residential customers. Under SCP, customers pay, as I said, on Based on their load at system peak, this tends to favor industrial customers who have the ability to shift load away from the peak. It's somewhat subjective, and it's very much litigated in rate cases. Okay, so you've allocated the cost to the jurisdiction and then allocated costs down to the customer level. Now it's finally time to design rates within the classes. So rates are established to meet the revenue requirement. They're designed to mirror the cost of service to each class. So within rates, you have a fixed element and a variable element. Fixed or minimum charges on the bill tend to be low. Now, fixed charges are designed to ensure a customer pays a certain portion of the fixed cost of the system. Now, what is the fixed cost of the system is a matter of debate. Some people think it's just the line going from the pole to your house and your meter. Others contend that everybody needs to pay for part of the distribution system. So this is something that the commission has to wrangle with. Variable charges can be influenced by customer behavior. In other words, you turn your thermostat up and down to save energy. The point is you have to recover the cost somehow. In other words, you can't just say, well, we need a low fixed cost and a low variable cost. I mean, that would be great, but you still have to recover the cost somewhere. So it's like push-pull. If you recover more in the fixed cost, then you don't have to recover as much in the variable cost, and vice versa. Okay, so we've just talked about setting base rates. You're like, well, is there more? Yes, there is. So there was a question in the chat box about the 270 days. It's a maximum. Now, again, the utility can waive that, and in the case of the Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress rate cases, recent rate cases, they have waived that. So, but yeah, it's a statutory maximum. Okay. Exceptional cost recovery. So there are several ways that the utilities recover costs outside of a rate case. First one we can talk about is regulatory assets or deferrals. Now, what this is a bucket of exceptional expenses or revenues, but typically it's expenses that are put in the bucket and recovered in the next rate case. Normally, these costs would be expensed. Traditionally, this was used sparingly, but we're seeing increased requests for this kind of regulatory treatment of costs. Another exceptional cost recovery mechanism are riders. We're seeing increasing use of these. They're typically established by statute and almost exclusively. With riders, you take one set of costs and you recover them outside of a rate case, usually annually. The number of these substantially increased when Senate Bill 3, establishing the Renewable Portfolio Standard, was passed in 2007. Back then, the only rider was the fuel rider. So the fuel rider, it's called the fuel rider, but it's been greatly expanded since 2007 to include all these things that are listed here, including the net gains and losses from the sale of fuel or byproducts, which is coal ash. Another rider that we gained in 2007 was the REPS rider. We call this REPS, Renewable Energy Efficiency Portfolio Standard Rider. It's a big mouthful. But basically, by law, utilities their sales must come from renewable energy. And what constitutes renewable energy is in the statute. And the utilities can recover the incremental cost of complying with REPS through this REPS rider. And those are capped by statute. Another rider established in 2007 was the Demand Side Management and Energy Efficiency Rider. If a program like LED bulbs is cost effective, a utility may get annual recovery of the cost of the programs plus net loss revenues. Remember, you're asking the utility to cut their sales through DSM and EE. So in order to encourage them to do that, the utility can get their net lost revenues for the first 3 years of the program, plus an incentive, a percentage of the savings achieved for customers from energy efficiency. So in order to determine whether a program is cost effective, we use cost effectiveness test. As you might imagine, everybody has their opinion about which test is the most appropriate one. The Commission tends to use the TRC, Total Resource Cost Test, as the primary test for new programs. This is a more recent rider that was enacted by the General Assembly. It's called the JAR. That's what we call it lovingly. And it's designed to recover the cost of Duke Energy Progress's purchase of certain assets from the North Carolina Eastern Municipal Power Agency. So it's only for one company, that is Duke Energy Progress. Another rider enacted, I think, in 2017 was the Competitive Procurement of Renewable Energy, or we call it CPRE rider. So this rider was established in House Bill 589, in which the General Assembly prescribed a competitive procurement process for the purchase of a certain amount of renewable energy. So Duke is entitled to recover the cost of all purchases through this rider. So we have one additional rate-making concept to go over, and that's avoided cost, because it's used in a lot of rate-making areas. So the Public Utility Regulatory Policies Act of 1978, we call it PURPA, established this area. It defined qualifying utilities as renewable energy facilities of 8 megawatts or less. Under PURPA, utilities have to purchase the electricity and capacity generated by QFs at the utility's avoided cost. So there's our concept. So how do you determine what the avoided cost is? That's established by the state utilities commissions. So what the avoided cost is the incremental cost a utility would incur to generate or purchase the next kilowatt hour of electricity. So it's the cost of building the capacity and generating the energy. It's avoided because the utility has procured the electricity from another source, the QF, instead of building to produce it itself. And this avoided cost rate is established by the Commission every 2 years. And as you might imagine, if you're a QF, you're very, very interested in what the avoided cost rate is going to be. So how's it calculated? Currently, the commission uses what we call the peaker method, which is a capacity calculation based on the cost of building a new peaker unit. The energy calculation is based on marginal system energy cost, which is calculated using a cost simulation model. This is the area where our economists get heavily involved. Avoided cost elements must be known and quantifiable, and as you might imagine, that's the subject of a lot of debate. So how is avoided cost used? Well, in addition to setting rates for purchases from QFs, utilities use it in their IRPs or integrated resource plans. It's used to determine savings for DSM-EE programs. It's used to determine the incremental cost of REPS compliance, and it establishes a ceiling for accepted bids under the competitive procurement program. So what's in the future for rate making? We are seeing a lot of activity in discussions about rate making. Recently, the General Assembly enacted a securitization statute. So under securitization, a utility issues bonds with financing costs that are lower than the weighted average cost of capital, which are paid back through a separate customer charge. It's been used in several states to cover major storm costs, and that was recently enacted in North Carolina to cover storm costs. And we just recently concluded our first proceeding to establish securitization of storm costs back when Florence, Diego, Winter Storm Diego, and some other storms. And we've got, there's currently a order pending from the commission on that. Now, there's a lot of interest out there in using securitization in other contexts, such as to fund early coal plant retirement. Another alternative rate making idea is multi-year rate plans. Under multi-year rate plans, the commission sets base rates and revenue requirement for a 3 to 5 year period with periodic changes in base rates. This is often combined with performance targets and a sharing of earnings. Now, a recent attempt at this failed at the General Assembly, but there's discussion about bringing this back up in connection with some other ideas. Another alternative rate making idea is regional transmission organizations. Now, as I mentioned before, Dominion Energy, who operates in the northeastern part of our state, they're in a RTO called PJM. It's a wholesale market. It's a voluntary organization that coordinates energy supply with demand. There's also an interest in performance-based rate making. What this is basically a combination of a number of tools, such as performance incentive measures, multi-year rate plans, earnings sharing mechanisms, and decoupling. Now, all of these alternative rate making ideas have been the subject of a nearly year-long stakeholder process called NERP, or the North Carolina Energy Regulatory Process, that was facilitated by the Regulatory Assistance Project, or RAP, and the Rocky Mountain Institute. The group concluded their work in December, and as I understand it, there are discussions ongoing regarding what recommendations may become the subject of a bill in front of the General Assembly. So there's always something going on. The regulatory landscape is constantly changing, and I think we'll see more changes in the future. And with that, Kelly, that concludes my presentation. Happy to take questions. Oh.
Are there any other questions for Diana at this time? All right. Well, Diana, thank you for your presentation.
Actually, I have a quick question. Diana, you mentioned lost revenue. Can you explain found revenue?
Well, in some cases there might be found revenues. The program might result in found revenues. I can't think of an example right now, but that does happen, and we like to see those credited back to ratepayers.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question as well. Could you elaborate a little bit more on what you were saying about RTOs? Do you see that it's I mean, do you have any sense of how likely it is that North Carolina will become part of an RTO?
Well, there's a lot of interest among some clean energy advocates for an RTO. South Carolina just enacted a study to study wholesale markets. I think you'll see a push to have a similar study in North Carolina. However, we've just got this wild card with Texas and ERCOT and what happened down there. So I just don't know how all that might affect the interest in an RTO.
Thanks. I know that the new one of the proposed Clean Futures Act bills would actually mandate everybody to join an RTO. So I didn't know if there was a push for that at the state level too. So thank you for your thoughts on that.
You're welcome.
Hey, Diana, this is Christina Krause.
Hey, Christina.
So
now you need to explain some of this stuff.
I would love to hear your thoughts since you brought up Texas and ERCOT. I would love to hear your thoughts on how that came to be and what lessons we can learn from that situation to the extent you can share.
Sure. So Texas is in a very, very different place than we are. They're fully deregulated. They've been completely deregulated since 1999. There's been a lot of finger pointing. When people are saying it was somebody else and somebody else is saying the wind turbines froze. But what that means is the entire system is disaggregated. When you have I've heard somebody say, when you disaggregate the system, you disaggregate responsibility, unless you've got a backstop. So who's a provider of last resort? ERCOT can't make people come online during energy market. They can't impose or enforce reliability standards like our commission can here. Electric retail providers don't own the lines and they don't own the generation. There's no resource planning like we have here, or any requirements that are enforceable for reserve margins. So it was just they rely on the market to take care of those things. And, that works fine, except for when you get an event like we had. So I think, while, you can never say never. I mean, we had our polar vortex situation a few years back where we saw some high gas prices, but we have standards in terms of freeze proofing and that sort of thing, and planning and reserve margins and that, so I think we've got some backstops for events like that. But it's not to say that in a crazy situation like Texas had, when they had wind turbines freezing, wellheads of gas lines freezing, generation freezing. I mean, who knows? But we hope not.
Yes, absolutely. So just a follow-up then, disaggregation of the system, as you pointed out, it works except for when it doesn't, even if when it doesn't is only, that one day out of 10,000 days or whatever. Do you think that what happened in Texas is, and this might be extrapolating beyond the point to which you're comfortable opining, but do you think it's an argument or an example or a case study in favor of continuing with the vertical integration of our systems here in North Carolina?
Well, one could argue that, but I would think, obviously that's a policy decision. And you'd have to, I mean, there are varying degrees of deregulation too. So I think you'd have to really take a close look at what makes sense. I think what the clean energy advocates would say is that it saves money and they can have better access to the market. But you really got to look at the system overall and make sure you ensure reliability and affordability.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hi, it's
Diana, there
Marcus
was-
Freeman.
Go ahead, Marcus.
Hey, it's Marcus Freeman. Just had a quick question for you. I read an article, I guess, back in December about the Southeast Utilities was possibly going to launch a regional energy trading market. Is there something
Yes.
you could talk about a little bit?
Sure. So Duke Energy and I think there's some co-ops and a number of other Southeast utilities have entered into agreement for what they call a Southeast Energy Market, or a SEAM. They have filed an application with the FERC because it involves they're going to have a change to their OAT. But basically, in short, what it is it's a market to sell excess energy. So that's basically what it is. And so right now it's in front of the FERC, and we're following it.
Thank you.
Yeah, Diana, a quick clarification on the cost difference between classes from residential to commercial to industrial. What is it, because they have different load curves that
Yes.
residential pays more? Is that the case, or is it artificially produced?
No, we try to follow cost of service. In other words, the utility does a cost of service study to try to determine the cost to serve particular
Okay.
classes. So we try to adhere to that as closely as possible. Otherwise, you're artificially setting prices that don't send the right signals to classes.
Well, do you ever get pressure to say, okay, we want to attract industry to the state, therefore we need to lower?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And that
We
would
did.
be
Ask
artificial,
Christina.
and that would
I don't like
violate
this
concept.
thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
kidding.
I
I'm
mean-
kidding.
I know. Yeah, I mean, there are other considerations that the commission, that the commission's asked to think about. And they're legitimate, but once you get away from cost of service principles, then you're getting in kind of a uncomfortable area for us anyway.
Got it. Thank you.
I have a question about the stakeholder engagement process that you talked about on one of those first slides.
Yes.
Just wanted to find out, is your office finding that that's a very beneficial process, or are you finding cost savings and improved outcomes from that?
Yes, definitely. So we've been we engage in stakeholder processes in various areas. So yes, I think, and I'm seeing more and more of it. It used to be when I first came with the public staff, everything was pretty much played out in the hearing room or either between the company and us and maybe industrial customers. They were very engaged. But as you get more and more stakeholders with varying thoughts about things, it can be very inefficient to play it out in front of the commission. if there's a way people can get together and work things out, it tends to, everybody feels more committed to it and so forth. So I have found that we're seeing more of them, even if they're not official. You're seeing more stakeholder engagement. And I think generally you end up with a better outcome.
Thanks.
Any other questions or comments for Diana?
Yes, I had a quick question on the renewable portfolio standard.
Yes.
What technologies are included in that? Is nuclear included?
No, nuclear is not.
So
It's what you would typically think, solar, wind, biomass is included. I could get the list out here, but nuclear is not. Now, in some states, nuclear is included, but not North Carolina.
Well, good morning. I miss being in person, looking around the room and seeing all the faces. All I see is a checkerboard of names. I do recognize a few of those names, though, so it's good to see Christina and Jim and Claudia and some others. My name is Sam Watson. I am General Counsel with the North Carolina Utilities Commission. Thank you, Diana, for that excellent presentation on the commission and the public staff. That was all very helpful. In this group, I see lots of folks from Westinghouse and Framatome, so I can, it's a friendly enough group. I can say I got a nuclear engineering degree from North Carolina State University and went on to get my law degree up in DC. Sometimes I simply say I have an engineering degree because nuclear is not always a friendly group. But I have an engineering degree and a law degree, and I have been at the commission now for 23 years. So I've been asked to talk a little bit about the rate case proceedings. Diana talked about how the rate cases, one aspect of how rate cases are worked. And I note that this is not a CLE and there's not a bunch of lawyers necessarily in the group. So I won't talk about the statutes per se. I will mention a couple of things later on. If you want to take a look, I did hear Diana refer every once in a while to it's in the statute, that's in the statute. So our statute is Chapter 62 of the North Carolina General Statutes, the Public Utilities Act. And that's where the rate making concepts are laid out. That's where the renewable energy and energy efficiency portfolio standard is laid out. That's the statute that the commission is tasked with implementing. So when I say commission, we have 7 commissioners. I like putting up faces so you can put some faces with the names. Currently, our chair is Charlotte Mitchell. Our longest serving commissioner is Commissioner Brown Bland. But you can see the other ones. You down there in Charlotte may recognize Commissioner Clodfelter, former mayor of Charlotte. Commissioner Duffley is a former staff member at the commission. Commissioner Hughes is former professor over at UNC. Commissioner McKissick, the most recent addition to the commission, is a former state senator from Durham. And of course, Commissioner Clodfelter was also a state senator. So the 3 on the bottom started with the commission in late 2019, early 2020, and as Diana has said, the last 12 months has been very different at the commission than in the past with the COVID and trying to continue our business operations, which I think we've done fairly well. We, of course, everybody started teleworking this time a year ago, and we restarted our regular Monday morning staff conference first week of May on WebEx, and then started holding evidentiary hearings. We had a water company rate case that we did first in the summer, and then towards the end of the summer, we did the 2 Duke rate cases. We now have coming up in front of us this year, we'll have rate cases for Piedmont and Public Service, the 2 large LDCs or natural gas companies that provide retail service in North Carolina. So we're continuing to hold those. We've been doing other proceedings remotely as well. We actually now have our own YouTube channel. So you can go to our website, ncuc.net, and at the very top of the page, you'll see a link to YouTube, and you can click on that. It'll take you to our YouTube channel, and you can review any of our hearings over the past year that we've done remotely. We started streaming on YouTube not from the very beginning. So the first few staff conferences we did were on WebEx, but then we started streaming them on YouTube as well, and those are all available on our website. From our website on our YouTube channel. So Diana talked mostly about the public staff, a little bit about the commission. So the commission is the agency. So the purpose of regulation, and that's what we do, is we regulate public utilities in North Carolina, is to protect the public. We actually are tasked with balancing the interests of the ratepayers and the shareholders of the utility. If we had a monopoly service, then you could rely on the market to manage rates. If somebody didn't like what they were asked to pay, then they could, in a competitive market, go to someone else. Think of cell phone, like the rates that AT&T is charging, then go over to Verizon or T-Mobile. But electric utility service and many other utilities were deemed to be capital-intensive natural monopolies. And so the Utilities Commission substitutes for regulation and regulates the rates and service of those utilities. And again, there it says, in fixing those rates, the commission must be fair and reasonable to both the public utility and their customers. And we've been talking about rate making and how to establish rates, and being fair to both the utility and their customers. The utility must raise revenues, must raise money from various sources in order to continue its operations and provide safe, reliable, efficient service to its customers. And in general, it raises those funds through the issuance of debt and the issuance of equity. So shareholders have an expectation that they will get a return on that investment from the money that it uses to buy shares in the utility. Otherwise, like we just mentioned with the competitive market, they'll buy shares in Exxon or somebody else because they're looking for returns on their money. So we have to keep that in mind. We can't simply establish rates that are too low to be fair to both the utility and its customers. So Diana mentioned rate cases are long. Certainly the big ones involving the electric utilities are very complex. There are hundreds of issues. The public staff and other interveners raise issues with the commission that need to be adjudicated, decided, resolved. So the commission first holds public hearings to receive testimony from customers. Then we have expert witness hearings where we receive testimony from the utility, the public staff, and other interveners. Most of our rate cases are heard by all 7 commissioners. Occasionally, we'll have a small rate case that will be heard by a panel of the commission, 3 commissioners, or even some small water company rate cases are simply heard by one of our accountants. one of our members of the commission staff. So the timeline, just sort of building on what Diana said, the utility files their application, and that filing includes their initial testimony of their expert witnesses, what the proposed rates are, and then for the electrics, it's a banker's box full of spreadsheets and schedules. So lots of information that gets filed in support of the rate case. The larger utilities, such as Duke, actually have to give us a month's notice ahead of filing the application, and that gives the commission and the public staff time to sort of anticipate, gear up, get started on a rate case. So they have to file notice of intent to file a rate case 30 days before they file their application. The rates actually cannot become effective for 30 days after the company files its rate case. And I'll give you that site, 62-134, says that the rates can't be effective less than 30 days after the application is filed. And so the commission will issue an order within that first 30 days, declaring the proceeding to be a general rate case and then suspending the rates. And Diana talked about this. We can suspend the rates for up to an additional 270 days beyond the time that they would have become effective. So that really gives the commission 10 months after the application is filed, and then a month before it's filed to render a decision, reach a decision in this rate case. So I mentioned before that we schedule one or more hearings in the service area. This is a pre-COVID presentation and hopefully a post-COVID presentation as well. The statute requires us to hold these hearings within the service area. A statute last year that passed to respond to COVID allows to hold these hearings remotely. So for the last 6 months or so, when we've been holding these public hearings, we've actually been doing them remotely. Customers who want to speak call up in advance, reserve a time, and the public staff then reaches out to them. They testify by telephone. So it's an audio in front of the commission. We hold these still through WebEx and stream them on the YouTube channel. And the commissioners and the attorneys for the parties are participating in the WebEx, and then the customers are testifying one at a time by audio. In that scheduling order, we require pre-filing of intervener direct and utility rebuttal testimony, and then we schedule a hearing in Raleigh. Again, when we're meeting live, we would schedule that in Raleigh, and the parties would come together in the commission's hearing room down on Dobbs on Salisbury Street, and we would spend a few hours to as many as a few weeks. That the testimony, it's not like Perry Mason in administrative hearings. The expert witness testimony is pre-filed in writing so that the other parties already know what the experts are going to testify to. They then have their own experts testify in response, and the public's utility gets the last word. They get to file rebuttal testimony. So when we come together live, we don't have to spend a lot of time going through the pre-filed testimony. We're able to spend our time focused on the parties' cross-examination of those witnesses, and then any questions that the commission has, and based on the testimony that was pre-filed. But before we get to the hearing, the parties engage in discovery. Diana mentioned discovery and the back and forth among the parties leading up to filing the testimony. So the public staff does audits and investigations. They send hundreds of data requests. Other interveners, interest groups get involved, including large customers, industrial customers, commercial customers, ratepayer advocates, environmental groups, Diana mentioned the numbers of folks, including the grannies that like to show up at our public witness hearing. So rate cases always generate a lot of interest. In water cases, I know we're here talking about energy, but in the water cases, folks are more inclined to talk about service issues, dirty water, low water pressure, issues that their small community water system is having providing service. We don't really get a whole lot of service complaints in the large electric cases because by and large, the electric and gas companies provide excellent service to our customers in North Carolina. Diana mentioned that during this period, there's often negotiations and settlements that are entered into among the parties. In the Duke rate cases that are before us now, there were several stipulations that were entered into between Duke and the public staff and various other customers, even before we got to the hearing, resolve some issues that were contested before they get to the commission. And in fact, in this case, she mentioned the coal ash settlement that was filed even after the hearing. So we hold hearings, again, for the public witnesses in the service area. Of course, now we're doing that remote, as well as for the expert witnesses of the parties. Diana mentioned last year when COVID disrupted our way of life. I know I was involved in trying to find a suitable location for the commission to hold the hearings in the Duke rate cases where we could be socially distant and comply with all of the requirements, health and safety concerns. Ultimately, that didn't happen, and we decided to hold that hearing remotely. It is a little bit more challenging to hold a rate case hearing remotely than it is in person, but we succeeded. So again, those rate case hearings are all available on YouTube if you want to just go and see what it is that we do and how one of these hearings proceeds. After the hearing, the parties may file, not required to, but they have the opportunity to file what we call proposed orders and briefs. And basically, we have had the hearing and we have received the evidence, the testimony and exhibits. And the proposed orders and briefs give the parties an opportunity to interpret that evidence for the commission, tell the commission how it should weigh the evidence, because you will get several different witnesses telling you what the rate of return on common equity should be. Of course, none of those agree. Some think it should be higher, some think it should be lower. And so the proposed orders and briefs give these parties an opportunity to tell us, which witnesses we should believe, why their testimony was more credible, and how the commission should find and rule in this case on those issues. Once we get these proposed orders and briefs, then staff, me and my staff, as well as our technical staff, we review all of the record, the evidence, the proposed orders and briefs, and we make a recommendation to the commission on how it should decide the case. They will then tell us what their decision is, and we will help them to draft an order that embodies that decision. Occasionally, we will issue something called a notice of decision. We have to fully explain ourselves in our orders so that they can be reviewed by the courts. But sometimes we just running up against that deadline, or somebody wants a decision sooner before we're prepared to issue that full order with the reasoning. And we'll issue a notice of decision that at least tells them what we are deciding, if not why we're deciding it. And then we'll follow that up with a full order with the commission's rationale. The commission has to put everything in writing. We're not allowed to add on orally. I can't explain the commission's decisions. We have to put everything in writing so that it can be reviewed by the court. And then lastly, I note here that under 62-135, after the 30 days plus 6 months, a utility may put the proposed rates into effect under bond, subject to refund. And that's what the Duke utilities have done, for example, in this case, is they went ahead and put into effect temporary rates after they were based on the settlements that they had reached at the time. If the commission were to ultimately decide that the rates to be established would be lower than those rates put into effect, then the company would have to refund the difference that they've been collecting under these temporary rates. I mentioned court review a number of times, and that's because the rate cases tend to get appealed. All of our cases are subject to review, but the rate cases go directly to the North Carolina Supreme Court. Most of our cases go to the Court of Appeals, but the rate cases go directly to the Supreme Court. And again, under the statute 6294, it lists what the various alternatives are for challenging commission decision, that it's in violation of constitutional provisions, in excess of our statutory authority or jurisdiction, made upon unlawful proceedings. The most common is unsupported by competent material and substantial evidence. Folks will claim that we based our decision on that there wasn't support in the evidence for the decision that the commission reached. And then lastly, that our decision was simply arbitrary or capricious. Now, of course, I will say that none of our cases are ever in violation of any of these things, but the court doesn't always agree with me. So that's the general overview of, and I'm gonna stop sharing just so that I can see everybody here. We can all see each other. So that is a quick sort of supplement to the comments that Diana had from the perspective of the public staff and an advocate before the commission. My perspective is from the advisory side, one of the staff members that's advising the commission and assisting them on reaching the decisions. There's often a lot of confusion if you simply read the media, read the newspaper. You know, they'll talk about, for example, when the public staff and the company file a stipulation, they'll often say that the commission has decided this, or the commission reached agreement, and those are simply steps along the way, and what they really mean is the public staff. The commission is the judge in the case and reaches the final decision. The public staff is a very important participant in this as an advocate for the using and consuming public, but it is the commission that's the ultimate decision maker, and it's our decisions that are then implemented by the utility or appealed to the courts for review. So why don't I take a break? Let's see, I have a chat window here, but I will open it up. I think we have a few minutes here for questions. Kelly, I'll let you keep us on track.
Yeah, we still probably have a good 15 minutes. Does anybody have questions or comments? Or I was going to see if you wanted to share a story with us about one of your, I guess, most interesting things that may have happened within your career of being with the utilities.
Well, let me answer. I'll give an example of something that has happened that somebody raised earlier. Somebody asked about found revenues. I remember meeting Jim Pope, gosh, it's been ages ago, with the rise in EV, electric vehicles, beneficial electrification, lots of different words for it. But you could see an area like that would potentially result in found revenues for the utility. So it's been interesting with all of the interest in clean energy, the electrification, and of course, you have to also change the generation sources. If you know, I mean, it's nice to switch from petroleum gasoline to electricity to run your cars, but if that electricity is generated by coal, then you're really not accomplishing what you want in terms of cleaning up air emissions overall by simply going with electric vehicles. So electric vehicles has been a very interesting trend that I've been following for the last 10 or, gosh, it feels like forever now. The last time I went and upgraded my car, I got a little plug-in Prius. So, you know, I drive a pseudo electric car around. But that's been a fun thing to see as we've been sort of working out whose responsibility is it to build out the infrastructure, and how do you help out folks in apartment complexes, multi-use housing in underserved communities. You know, how do you make sure that everybody has an opportunity? You know, I'm still waiting for the, I guess we're starting to get less expensive vehicles. But, you know, when you start having electric vehicles available down at CarMax, you know, then we'll finally, you know, it's one of those chicken and eggs where folks are hesitant to buy the electric vehicles because you don't have the charging infrastructure, but you can't really afford the charging infrastructure if you don't have anybody there to use it. We recently approved a pilot program for Duke to install some charging infrastructure across the state. I believe they did something similar down in South Carolina. But you know, really that ought to be competitive. But right now it's the gasoline station that's on every corner and you can't just stop. And if you do stop, it's, you know, it takes you a few minutes longer to charge your electric vehicle than it does to just fill up your tank of gas. So I would just say that that's been an interesting thing that we have seen. You know, of course, the whole environmental movement and its impact on the utilities as we've moved from nuclear to coal to natural gas to renewables to more discussions about small modular reactors and the nuclear renaissance that was supposed to happen. Somebody also asked a question earlier about whether nuclear was included in our renewable portfolio standard. We don't have a clean energy standard. There's been some discussion at the national level of a clean energy standard to preserve the demand for nuclear and non-carbon emitting sources. If we had a clean energy standard that included nuclear, the percentages that we'd have to meet would be much higher because it's 30, 40, 50% of our energy comes from nuclear. So our renewable energy and energy efficiency portfolio standard is set at a more modest 12.5%. In order to encourage the renewable resources as well as energy efficiency demand response in North Carolina.
Anybody have any questions or comments for Sam this morning? Diana, did you have anything to add to the conversation or any further comments?
I had one question, Kelly, if you have a minute, if they have a minute.
Absolutely, go ahead.
I would just sort of like to know both of your thoughts on kind of where North Carolina is going, both in terms of energy storage and hydrogen, because I know that there's a lot of talk about both of those, you know, especially energy storage outside of batteries, you know, and how to expand that. And I know hydrogen is getting a lot of talk too. And so I didn't know. I was just curious on North Carolina, where the state's going, where people see it headed in those two areas.
Diana, why don't you go ahead?
So, recently there's been an energy storage working group. I'm not sure what it's called, speaking of stakeholders. And there's been a lot of interest at the commission level in energy storage and batteries. We hear that battery storage is, the cost of it is decreasing rapidly. It's also something that the commission looks at in the context of integrated resource planning. We're starting to look at that. And so I think you'll hear more and more about energy storage and its incorporation into both the planning and operating context. Back in, I can't remember how long ago, the commission approved a microgrid to help, provide some learning so that, not only in terms of providing backup power, but other ancillary services, voltage regulation, that sort of thing. So we're hearing more and more about battery storage, and as the costs continue to decrease and make them more cost effective, you'll see more and more of it.
And we actually had a technical conference yesterday on our integrated resource planning. And Duke mentioned quite a bit about investigations they were doing on appropriate locations on their system, particular feeders or substations where battery storage might help. The batteries currently are being looked at as a solution to help with as we increase the amount of solar on our grid to help with the intermittency of solar. Unfortunately, batteries are not going to get you through a Texas blackout kind of a situation. Batteries are designed to last for 2 to 4 hours. And of course, you have to have energy to recharge them. So when you're out of power for a number of days, you can't rely on batteries to keep the system up and running for that long. But there was a study, North Carolina State University led a study, consortium on a battery storage study that they did a couple of years ago. And again, the costs, as Diana said, are continuing to go down. So we believe that batteries are going to be an important part of the portfolio going forward. The question is just sort of when do they become cost effective enough to deploy? Other states, when states are all different, and states are continuing to research, study these. California, for example, they have higher energy rates than we do. And so they've already got a mandate in place for battery storage. We are blessed here in North Carolina in the Southeast with having relatively low energy rates. And that just makes it a little bit harder to adopt some of these alternative generation sources, renewables and battery storage. But they will play a very important part of the solution, I believe.
Great, thank you very much.
You also asked about hydrogen. Now, hydrogen is an idea that's being looked into, particularly for what do you do as an alternative to curtailment of solar, for example. Or we don't have a lot of wind in North Carolina, but hydrogen is a way to store and easily transport that energy. We don't have a whole lot of ways to store electricity. It's not like natural gas where you can simply pump it into a tank or a cavern in the summer when you don't need it and then pull it back out in the winter. We don't have efficient means of storing large amounts of electricity. I do recall Diana mentioned pump storage during hers, but again, the environmental groups And then I say plural, that, you know, that lots of environmentalists have different, and they have varied interests. And there's a lot of environmental groups that don't want to see dams and impoundment. So it becomes very difficult to add something like a new pumped storage facility. In fact, a lot of the dams that we currently use, lots of environmental groups have been asking to have those removed. We did hear in a case the other day involving a series of dams on the Yadkin River, that those that they have significant what they call ponding, so ability to store water and then release it on demand. So there are some means to use hydro in North Carolina to store energy, so to speak, and release it on demand. Hydrogen, again, there is interest in using hydrogen as an alternative to transportation fuels. I heard a futurist one time speak about hydrogen, so that was really his bet as opposed to electrify electric vehicles, because we already had filling infrastructure, and you could fill up your tank with hydrogen more quickly than you could charging the battery. So who's going to win in that? I have no idea. But those are certainly some options that are being talked about for how to take excess electricity, or, you know, in the case of solar that might otherwise be curtailed for one reason or another, use it to generate hydrogen, and then use that hydrogen later as an energy resource.
Hey Sam, this is Christina.
Thank you.
Always great to hear from you.
You too, Christina, and congratulations on your new addition at the firm.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes, very excited to have Patrick join us. So we were talking earlier about, you know, some alternative rate making mechanisms, and it was discussed how multi-year rate plans were proposed in Senate Bill 559, and ultimately that was struck and did not become enacted into law. But my question is, hypothetically, if we were to see something like that again in this legislative session and it does become law, what does that process look like for commission staff and the commissioners themselves in terms of implementing at the granular level such a sort of vast regulatory reform? How much work are we talking about there?
I see Diana saying a lot. Well, the nice part is that it's supposed to spread our work out a little. It's supposed to make it easier for us in the long run. Right now, with the coal ash cost recovery, particularly, the utilities have been coming in every couple of years with another rate case. That's just the way that our statutes are set up, based on historical test year and recovery of costs that have already been incurred. If we were able to go to a multi-year rate plan, then theoretically we wouldn't have to hold them as often. I remember the original proposal in 559 was a 5-year multi-year rate plan that went out for 5 years. And, you know, I suppose my personal response to the critics of the multi-year rate plan was that they assumed that the commission couldn't do its job. And I don't agree with that. I think the commission has enough resources to put in place a rate mechanism that would run for multiple years, and then have the appropriate oversight as we go through the process from one rate case to another. I mean, I think that certainly under a multi-year rate plan, I believe the rates, there would be some automatic rate adjustments, sort of some rates following costs kind of stuff. You would make some assumptions up front as to, for example, what the capital expenditures are expected to be over the 5-year plan, and then you would track those and have the rates adjusted in the interim. So it's not a 5-year rate freeze. It would be just planned adjustments, increases in the rates over that 5-year period. And then you would have to establish standards to judge the utility by during that interim period so that the customers are getting the benefits, not just the utility. There's a lot of work currently being done on performance incentive measures, those sort of performance incentives. I would expect a lot more of that would need to be done in the context of a multi-year rate plan. So finding what are the metrics that are appropriate to track are certainly would be part of the upfront process in doing a multi-year rate plan. Commissioner in Massachusetts, and I apologize for mentioning her and then blanking on her name, but she's done quite a bit of work up there. So we're not the first to go forward on that, and so we would have some other states' experience that I'm sure parties such as the public staff would bring to us in trying to devise an appropriate multi-year rate plan for Duke or any other utility that we will offer to do that for.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So would you envision that being some sort of a stakeholder process, much like Diana was talking about, in terms of one that the public staff leads? And also my other follow-up question is just, what are some desired outcomes that you think would be appropriate for a PIMS type incentive mechanism?
I'm going to have to punt on a lot of your forward-looking questions. Oftentimes we will initiate a rulemaking to implement a statute. Of course, the utility will want to take advantage of the statute right away. And so whether, how we sort of marry those two between the advance stuff that would go on in advance of a filing of a rate case, or what we would actually do in the context of a rate case. We had that issue a few years ago when the water companies got the ability to do a water and sewer improvement system improvement charge, and they wanted to go ahead and get it into place. So the utilities filed rate cases seeking the approval of a mechanism while we were still doing a rulemaking to determine what should even be filed for approval of a mechanism. So I expect we'd probably see a little bit of that in this case as well, that the utility might not be willing to wait until the commission had done 3 months, 6 months, 12-month rulemaking process before they filed a rate case and asking for a multi-year rate case. And again, once they file a rate case, the clock starts and we're under a deadline to issue a decision on establishing new rates.
Thank you.
But as always, whether it's a formal stakeholder process or the informal intervention and negotiations that go on in the context of a rate case, stakeholders are welcome to participate in our proceedings.
My name is Mike Quinta. I'm a senior engineer on our Carolinas IRP and analytics team. So our team does a lot of guiding of modeling and financial analytics generation portfolio. We analyze the energy and production of energy in the Carolinas and look at strategic retirements, additions, modifications to power plants, fuel supplies, all those sorts of things. Taking into consideration key inputs like fuel technology, emissions, different policies that we could model, and of course, making sure operable and reliable system, cost effective and affordable for our customers. So that's a little bit about what I do. I'll let Ravi introduce himself as well.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ravi Majumdar. I'm a lead planning analyst in Carolina's Integrated Resource Planning, based here in Charlotte. Been with the company since 2007, worked in various different roles, mostly in energy efficiency and here in IRP for the last 5 years. And yeah, I guess we'll go ahead and get started. Mike, you'll be controlling it, so we can dig right in. Next slide, please. So first of all of you know about Duke Energy. It's the nation's largest utility. We operate in 6 states around the country. And for Mike and myself and our team, we are just focused on the Carolinas. And so what is integrated resource planning? It's basically how we are going to match supply and demand going forward into the future. And we've got to, follow the 3 pillars of reliability, environmental responsibility, and also be looking at cost too. And so we follow these cost planning principles. We like a reliable resource portfolio so we can meet some of the extremes during the summer and winter months. And we would like a diverse resource mix so we're not dependent on any one source of electricity. All the while, we have to look at reducing environmental impacts, and we'll get into that further about some of our climate goals. And we also have to balance short-term versus the long-term view. And all of this has to be done on a level playing field. So there's a lot of different components that we need to balance here, including, you can see in some of our graphics, both state at the local, state, and federal level. To keep all these 3 pillars in balance. Next slide, please. And so just looking at a snap here across the country, the majority of the states in our country require resource plans, IRPs. So 39 states you can see in blue require them. 11 states do not require them. And then the other ones in green have requirements for long-term plans, but not specifically in IRP. So, but you can see on nearby the Carolinas, stretching from Virginia down to Georgia, IRPs are required in this region of the country. Next slide, please. And so basically, what is the process? We've got to look at our load forecast. How is electricity demand expected to grow over the next 15 years? And here in the Carolinas, we look at a 15-year planning horizon. We also have to deduct energy efficiency because we do have regulated EE programs in North and South Carolina. And we also have to look at the impacts of renewable energy, specifically the intermittency of renewable energy going forward. So that's how we look at load. Then we also look at our resources. How are we going to match that load? Generally, there are going to be third-party contracts that we rely upon where we to meet some of those contracts may expire. And then we're also going to retire plants, and you'll see further in some further slides, we do have an ambitious agenda to retire some of our coal plants. And so that presents a challenge of how we are going to meet demand going forward. And then we have to have a reserve margin also, a 17% reserve margin. We have that in both our DEC and DEP utilities here in the Carolinas. And as some of you have seen from Texas, a reserve margin is very important for those coldest winter and summer days when extreme weather events occur. And if we see that given the retirements and expiring contracts that there is a resource gap, then we need to meet that with new build or new contracts to meet that demand. Next slide, please. And this is just to give you a look at the DEC and DEP service territories. Again, today's Duke Energy in the Carolinas is a product of the merger between Legacy Duke and Progress Energy that happened in 2012. So you can see Legacy DEC is the area in green, which is primarily the area around Charlotte, stretching up to the Triad, and Durham. And then you can see in the eastern part of the states and in North and South Carolina, that is Legacy Progress, along with the area around Asheville and in the mountain regions of North Carolina. So you can see the majority of the Carolinas is covered by the DEC and DEP service territories. And we have to, developing state-specific plans is kind of difficult because our system is so integrated across the two states. Okay, next slide, please.
All right, thanks, Ravi. I think I'm taking over here. So Ravi gave a little bit of an overview of, kind of what IRP is, and we're going to dig in a little bit more in both general IRP space and the 2020 IRPs that Duke Energy filed here in the Carolinas for Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy. So at the core of IRP is delivering reliable, affordable, and increasingly clean energy. That's the pillars that Ravi talked about. We use a couple of models that help us out. So we have in-depth modeling that simulates our power system over time. On the right is a graph of a load shape. So you can think of this as going throughout the day, our energy uses change. So this is kind of a typical summer type load shape where you're going to reach your peak load in the afternoon on a hot summer day. Everyone's running their air conditioning. It's just a lot of energy consumption all at the same time. And then as you break off into the evening, the sun goes down, that load begins to drop off. And then when you get to the overnight, it's a little bit cooler out, not as much energy usage, and then it starts back up again the next day in the morning as people start waking up and turning on electronics and getting into the office before the pandemic, I guess, and turning everything on and keeping that cycle going. Here in the Carolinas, we're a little unique, so we do have a summer peak that looks like this, but our peak load is actually a winter peak. So that occurs in the morning at about 7 a.m., usually January or February. And that'll become important as we talk about some of these resources that are on the page here. So as you can see, with different load levels, we have different resources that are well fitted to serving load at those times. So the first of our models is a capacity expansion model. So what this is it's a screening model that helps us quickly evaluate different mixes of our existing resources and potential additions, including nuclear, batteries, solar, wind, new natural gas, whether it's a really efficient, higher capital but really efficient gas plant, or it's a little bit higher of a dollar per capacity cost in a combustion turbine, but it only runs very seldomly, and getting that trade-off for cost versus how much it runs and the efficiency that it runs. So this capacity expansion model helps us look over the course of a week, a year, 15 years, 50 years, if we've got load forecasts that go that long. What is the right resource mix to really optimize and evaluate the lowest cost alternative? And we can put other things in there too, which we'll talk about, like energy policies or different changes to fuel mixes or that sort of thing that can drive the model one way or another. But the capacity expansion tool really helps us find out which of those resources fit best. And those, just kind of talk about some of the resources there. So we have low dispatch cost resources. So these are typically our lower fuel cost resources. So nuclear on a dollar per unit of energy in an MMBTU is a very cheap production cost resource. So we run those in the Carolinas at the highest capacity factor we can throughout the entire year, taking advantage of that low cost dispatch cost. We also have renewables, obviously with resources like solar and wind, where we don't have to pay for the fuel cost. We want to operate those as much as possible to offset any fuel costs that we might have to pay for other resources. So that low dispatch cost bucket really gets our base load, everything that we want to run, as much as possible. The next group up is kind of our medium dispatch cost resources. And these look at our resources that are pretty efficient in terms of utilization of fuel, but they're also very good at being flexible. So allowing them to turn off, turn on, fluctuate up and down throughout the day as needed. Really there to fill up a large portion of that intermediate load. And then we have our high dispatch cost resources. So simple cycle combustion turbines, these are our less efficient but less capital intensive gas resources. You can also throw battery storage into that bucket as well. It's intended for utilization over a small period of time, but really good at meeting those peaks throughout the day. So once we put all these inputs, different resource selections, our current resources, retirement dates, all of the load forecast, fuel costs, we put all this into the model and it spits out a variety of portfolios that we can evaluate. As we change those inputs, we get different portfolios out. The next step is to evaluate each of those portfolios in a production cost model. So production cost models are hourly chronological models that look at the energy usage in every hour and meet that with our generation, ensuring that we have the right mix of resources. They're abiding by all of our real world constraints. Some units are required to stay on for a certain amount of time. Some units have ramp rates where they can only raise and lower load at certain levels. So this hourly granular production cost model really helps us get into how is the system really going to operate with this portfolio. And from that, we can measure things like emissions. We can measure cost. Of course, that's crucial. And like I said, making sure that we're reliably serving the load in every hour. So Ravi touched on it a little bit previously, but load forecast is fundamental to integrated resource planning. We need to know how much energy that we're needed to serve. Yes, of course, over the entire year, but like Ravi said, in those extreme times of the year, the summer peaks and the winter peaks, where we have the highest loads across our balancing authorities. So 2020, our loads are in the solid lines. DEC, Duke Energy Carolinas, is in the yellow and DEP is in the blue. You can see that our loads are compared to the previous year, 2019, are down a little bit, but it's important to highlight here in the Carolinas especially, we're a growing load system. We've got people that are moving to our area. We've got industry, all sorts of different things, electric vehicle penetration, all this sort of information is tied up into our load forecast. And even when you take out our energy efficiency efforts, so anything sponsored by the utility to reduce reduce energy usage among our customers, that's taken off the load forecast, we're still growing somewhere between 0.5% and 1% a year. So that's going to be important, as even if we didn't retire any of our units going forward, we would still have to add more capacity to our system to make sure that we're keeping up with that growing load forecast. It is also important to point out regionality. I talked about it a little bit previously on the last slide, but we are a winter peaking utility, especially in DEP. DEC is a little bit close, but we peak in the winter, which means resources like solar or wind that aren't dispatchable, we can't always count on 100% of their capacity being there at our top hours. So think 7 a.m. on a winter morning. There's not very much sun out yet. We need to build our resource mix that makes sure we're meeting those times of peak need. We're also unique here in the Carolinas with a lot of electric heating. So in the Northeast and Midwest, especially the colder areas of the country, they serve a lot of their heating load with natural gas or propane or fuel oil, whatever it may be. And here in the Carolinas, we have a much different mix. So that means on those cold winter days, we're really seeing the sensitivity of electric load as that ties into our customer usage. And if you go, EIA's got some great charts. If you go and look at the heating days and cooling days, and then overall energy usage on a kilowatt hour, I think they do a kilowatt hour per month average. The South and the Southeast have some of the highest energy usages per month. You may see in the upper north, the Northeast, it's maybe 600 kilowatt hours per month, or in California, maybe 6 or 7, maybe 800. But here in the Southeast, we're somewhere between 1,000 and 1,200 kilowatt hours. So a lot more energy consumption in our territories compared to other regionalities. So you need to keep, it's important to keep that in mind when talking about the context of our IRP versus other IRPs. And as Ravi mentioned, so not only load forecast, but we are, continuing to evaluate retiring coal units, especially on our system. So that's going to create another resource gap that Ravi talked about. The chart that you're seeing here is a comparison of our coal fleet capacity throughout time. So the green line is the coal retirement dates that we used in our 2019 IRP. And then the two blue, the lighter blue and the darker blue, are the coal retirement dates that we used in our 2020 IRP. We went through two different scenarios. The lighter blue line reflects a economic retirement date study. What we did there is we looked at unit by unit, how does that unit's ongoing costs compare to the replacement cost for new capacity, and what are the energy system benefits of each of the different resources, and really looked at it very detailed and sequentially and iteratively to figure out how those costs change over time, and then when does it make sense to retire those coal units in replacing it with another resource. The dark blue line, or almost black line there, is our earliest practicable analysis. So this is a effort to show regulators, show utility, show stakeholders that if we were to kind of set those least cost principles aside and really look at our energy system, how quickly could we retire all of our coal capacity on our system in the Carolinas? And I'll get into this a little more, bit more later. But it's important to know that, these are two different retirement schedules, and we use them for different portfolios, which I will be getting into as well. And the earliest practicable to accelerate these coal units as quickly as possible, we made a fair number of assumptions of things that would help us to replace these, which is utilizing infrastructure that's already in place. So whether it's transmission capacity or gas pipeline in the area, or access to cooling water, or the ability to get these projects into place. So a lot of hard work this IRP to go through, and I don't think Ravi mentioned it at the top, but we do a comprehensive biennial IRP every 2 years and an update IRP in the intermediate year. So as a part of this comprehensive IRP, we took a really hard look at these coal unit retirements and what would the most economic dates be and how quickly could we get out of these this coal capacity in our territory. So this is one last slide I'll touch on before passing it back to Ravi. But this is kind of our a little infographic on how we develop our base cases, which Ravi will be expanding on some of the results from those base cases. So we start with those retirement dates. We've got our portfolio development stage where we run our capacity expansion model and look at what are the resources that model tells us to replace or to meet those capacity and energy gaps that we have. We put in another step here. That's a battery optimization step. So that capacity expansion model doesn't do a great job of capturing the full of how batteries operate on the system. It makes a lot of simplifying shortcuts. So to make sure that we were analyzing batteries as fairly as possible, we took a separate step in the base case development to evaluate where batteries would fit in economically, especially as they look to replace those other peaking resources. In step 4, we did sensitivity analysis. So we took those base cases and changed some of those key variables, natural gas prices, carbon policy, energy efficiency, demand response, all these different variables that we can forecast up or down, and looked at those and looked at how they can help us in the development of alternate portfolios, which we'll get into later. And then in the last step, taking sensitivity analysis results and really identifying opportunities and areas to mitigate risk. Making sure that we're not only setting up the system for the next 10 years, but setting the system up for the next 15, 20 years to really be reliable, affordable, and increasingly clean. So I'll pass it back to you, Ravi.
Excellent. Thank you, Mike. All right. So Mike and I have talked about retirements and specifically coal retirements. And I apologize for the small print here, but I'll tell you of what we have retired in our DEC and DEP territories and what we plan on building over the next 15 years. And so you can see down, I'll start with DEC in our lower left, we've retired Buck and Cliffside. Those are plants you can, Buck is a plant you can see along I-85 on the way to basically Winston-Salem from the Charlotte area. It has it was replaced with a natural gas plant, which is on site. Dan River, which is more towards the Virginia border, that also had a coal plant that was closed, and we replaced it with a natural gas plant. And then we've also closed Riverbend, which is along Lake Norman, north of Charlotte. And this all happened, earlier this decade. And we've closed some smaller units. Also, we added Lee, a combined cycle in South Carolina, just about 2-3 years ago. And then into the future, we plan on retiring our units at Allen. And Allen is an older coal plant. We already retired. We will retire Unit 3 at the end of this month. And then the remaining 4 units will all be retired by 2024. You can see Plant Allen when you fly into the Charlotte airport. It's off of Lake Wylie, and if you're landing from the south, it's off to your left, the west. And so that's going to be retired by the year 2024. We will bring on board a Lincoln CT peaker plant. That's going to be roughly 400 megawatts of capacity around 2025. And then we do plan on retiring an older Cliffside unit, Cliffside 5, by about 2026. And then later on, we do have plans to build peaker units, and in the middle of next decade, a combined cycle plant in DEC. And Marshall 1 through 4 is slated for retirement. Marshall is the big coal plant you can see at the top of Lake Norman. And so that's north of the Charlotte area. And you can see in DEP, moving on to DEP, we had a whole bunch of coal retirements, which went on earlier this decade at Weatherspoon, at Robinson, and other at W.F. Lee is another one. And Sutton, another one that we retired. We replaced them with natural gas plants at Smith and H.F. Lee and Sutton. So we have new natural gas plants that opened earlier this decade. We've had some small amounts of CT retirements that have gone on the last few years. Now, Asheville, that was the big one that retired last year. The coal plant there was replaced by a natural gas plant over on Lake Julian in the Asheville area. And we have plans. The Darlington CT is all going to be retired by the end of this year. And then going into the future, by the end of this decade, the remaining coal plants in DEP are slated for retirement at Roxborough and Mayo, which are in the northern part of the state, almost to the Virginia border. So that DEP is slated to be completely coal-free by the end of this decade. And we look to replace that with a combination of combined cycles, CT plants, and of course, battery storage at the end of this decade and into next decade. So, and you can also see in green in both DEC and DEP, we have steady renewables growth that will occur mainly through solar. And I just want to tell you, North Carolina, the state of North Carolina has the second largest amount of solar capacity after the state of California. So North Carolina is number 2 and number 1 in terms of small scale solar facilities. So, you know, the really small solar facilities, North Carolina is number 1 in the country for that. Next slide, please. And as you can see, I talked about renewables. It's going to grow steadily over the next few years and into the middle of next decade. You can see solar, it's almost 4,000 megawatts of capacity, and that's going to grow. It's going to more than double into the middle of next decade. Hydro is going to continue to grow. We are upgrading our Bad Creek pump storage hydro facility. That is, by the time that is complete in 2024, we will have added over 300 megawatts of peaking hydro capacity there. And then also, you know, there are plans for wind, and that's mainly going to be offshore wind in next decade. We hope we can get the permitting process done for that, but that's in the initial stages. And but thankfully, wind costs are also decreasing, and we hope to again build offshore wind by the middle of next decade. And you can see renewables as a percentage of total energy is going to basically double from 8% to 16% by 2035. So we're excited about the amount of renewables that are going to be added to our DEC and DEP systems over the next 15 years. Next slide, please. And you can see here. So what is this telling you? You can see that coal in DEC is now 18% of our system. By 2035, it's in orange, it's going to decrease to 4%. The remaining share of our resource mix is going to be made up of renewables. You can see that's going to be basically 40% of our resource mix that is added over the next 15 years. CTs and CCs will make up the majority of the difference. Storage, we're excited about that. DSM and EE programs are also going to be a good amount. And nuclear, those are just going to be uprates to our existing plants that occur over the next 15 years. So again, you can see coal is going to shrink to 4% by 2035. Next slide, please. And you can see in DEP, coal in orange right now is 16% of our resource mix. And I showed you we're going to basically retire all of that by the end of this decade. It will be 0 by 2035. And the remaining resource mix is going to be, the majority will be 36% renewables will be added. The remainder will be combined cycle and CHP along with CTs that are added. Energy storage, we're bullish on that. That's going to be battery storage in DEP. That's going to be a good amount, and the rest will be energy efficiency and upgrades to our existing nuclear facilities. So you can see here by 2035, coal will be gone, and it will be an entirely different resource mix by 2035. Next slide. And another thing I wanted to mention here is MJ Bradley, and you can Google this. They release every July a benchmarking air emissions of the 100 largest electric power producers in the country. You can see back in the year 2005, we were a very carbon intensive company. And we're talking just here about DEC and DEP. And it was 50% back in 2005. We have shrunk that to 16%. And by 2035, it's going to be 1%. And that we're just talking coal. And our resource mix is going to become less carbon intensive. Basically, every 15 years or so, it's halving, cutting in half. And so basically, we are 37% lower. If DEC and DEP were just one company, we would be 37% lower than the industry average of all utilities today. So we're excited about becoming a less carbon intensive utility here in DEC and DEP. Next slide. I think I'm turning it over to you, Mike.
Thanks, Ravi. So Ravi there covered our base case with CO2 prices. Those results all were reflected of that case. I'm going to dive in a little deeper on our whole suite of portfolios that we did for the 2020 IRP. So in previous years, the IRP was a little more maybe narrowly focused on specific resources, whether it's an intermediate resource or a peaking resource, varying levels of solar penetration, that sort of thing. This year or in 2020 for the 2020 IRP, we took a step back and a wide view of what are the different initiatives going on throughout the country, especially in our area of, what are the interests, what are the outcomes that stakeholders are looking for. And I kind of group those into three buckets. There's four different portfolio types listed here, but the first one is lowest cost. So that's looking at under kind of our base case assumptions, what is the cheapest way to supply that reliable energy to meet those loads for our customers. So in these portfolios, we use our economic retirement dates, so our most economic coal retirements, and then we develop the portfolio based on two different scenarios. One is kind of status quo of today. We don't have any price on carbon emissions, and our second portfolio and least cost is with carbon prices. So we've developed a carbon price trajectory that we feel would guide towards an energy policy that helps reduce carbon emissions to net zero by 2050. This aligns to where our carbon goal is right now. So our carbon goal as an enterprise is by reducing our carbon emissions by 50%, at least 50% by 2030, and then becoming a net zero from our energy, from our regulated utilities by 2050. So we developed that carbon price to incentivize certain resources out in the 35, 40, 45 timeframe to really transition the fleet to make sure we're meeting those net zero carbon goals. So looking at that price out in the future, change resource selection today, this decade, and then through the IRP horizon, which is through 2035. The second set of kind of groupings that we here was resource restrictions, right? A lot of interest in our jurisdictions on how quickly can we retire coal. and can we transition our fleet without using natural gas as a bridge fuel as it was. So those are the third and the sixth portfolio that we have there. Earliest practicable coal retirements. This gets out of coal completely. We cease burning coal in our portfolio by 2030. We do keep one coal unit around past 2030. It's our newest coal unit. It's our most efficient. And it's already been had projects to co-fire it on natural gas, reducing its carbon emissions, increasing its flexibility, reducing its maintenance costs, all sorts of great things there. These, as I mentioned earlier, these earliest practicable coal retirements are predicated on leveraging infrastructure that we have currently in place to facilitate these retirements as early as possible. So it does utilize a fair amount of natural gas to accelerate these coal retirements and really speed that up as quickly as possible. On the counter side, looking at the no new gas generation portfolio. So this develops a future where we do not build any future natural gas. So Ravi pointed out we had our Asheville natural gas combined cycle come on in 2019. And we have a natural gas peaking plant in Duke Energy Carolinas that's currently under construction and testing right now and will be turned over to us in 2024. And apart from those, we won't build any new gas. So we looked at how does, what resources do we need to continue to serve reliability? What are the trade-offs for cost? And then what other benefits do we get in terms of emissions? So we'll touch on that in a minute. The last kind of block of portfolios are the fourth and fifth portfolios there, high wind and high SMR. These are high decarbonization portfolios. So those of you that are familiar with North Carolina may recognize Executive Order 80, which the governor put out to look at decarbonizing the state of North Carolina, including reducing carbon emissions by 70% by 2030. So these portfolios really look at, and I will note the previous two that we talked about, earliest practicable coal retirements and no new gas. While these are great portfolios, they don't get us to that really high decarbonization level. We really need new resources that are not currently deployed in our jurisdictions or maybe even around the world in the case of small modular reactors to really get us to that energy capacity need that we need to reduce carbon by 7% by 2030. So the 70% wind, this incorporates, of course, a lot of solar and battery, but also mixes in onshore wind and offshore wind. A unique thing about the Carolinas compared to some of the states in the Northeast that are looking at offshore wind, the wind resource off the coast of North Carolina is not as strong of a resource as it is in those areas. We have a lower capacity factor, so it doesn't get as much energy out of those resources as it does in the Northeast. So it's not as cost effective. The other thing is in the Northeast, a lot of their load centers are very close to the offshore wind resource. So think of New York City and Boston. They're right there on the ocean. It's a lot easier to get that wind energy from the ocean to their load centers. In the Carolinas, we have some load centers that are situated, Wilmington, a couple other cities along the coast, but the majority of our load is more inland. Think about Charlotte and Greensboro and Raleigh. So building offshore wind in the Carolinas is going to require a lot of transmission to get that energy from the offshore to the wind, and that's reflecting the cost of these portfolios. The other high carbon reduction decarbonization portfolio that we looked at is a high utilization of SMR, small modular nuclear reactors. So one of the great things about nuclear is obviously it's carbon-free emissions. It provides a lot of energy. It's firm and increasingly dispatchable. When you look at small modular, these are individual units that can be turned up and turned down at different rates to meet and match load. These units are smaller and more streamlined with inherently safer default systems. One of the challenges with new nuclear, not only the timeline of trying to deploy a resource like this by 2030 to meet that 70% reduction by 2030 goal, is additional permitting and just the time for construction, and it's still undergoing development. So while we talk about these different resources, we know that there are challenges and opportunities for us to work with stakeholders, legislators, energy policy folks to help us with some of these initiatives to get us to further our decarbonization. Moving on to the carbon reductions of each of these portfolios. So as I mentioned earlier, as an enterprise, Duke Energy has a goal of reducing our carbon emissions by 50% by 2030 and net zero by 2050. Each of these portfolios put us on that path of 2030, and then the next half of the script is not yet written. Our IRP goes out through 2035. That leaves another 15 years from 35 to 50 to figure out that transition. And it's things that we're looking at right now. How can we set ourselves up? Is it employing hydrogen, renewable natural gas? Is it building more nuclear? Is it incorporating all of these other renewable resources? How much battery is cost effective? All these sorts of other considerations, but we are on our track to meet our 2030 goal, and depending on which portfolio we choose to ultimately pursue, or which of these pathways we kind of gravitate to, will dictate how we're set up for or how much transition we need between now and 2035, and how much transition we need from 35 to 2050. And I see we're getting close on time, so just to touch on this summary table, this is from our IRP. It's a combined results for Duke Energy Carolinas in progress, and it really highlights the carbon reductions, the cost, the resource changes of our different pathways. One thing I will point out is the last line there, the dependency on technology and policy advancement. This is a heuristic that we put here in the IRP that shows how much are we dependent on advancement of technology and advancement of energy policy to make these portfolios come to life. So you can see our base case without carbon policy, that portfolio A, the first on the left. We don't see very little dependency on technology and policy advancement to get to that. Now, as you increase to the right, it's going to take more development in technology and more development on the energy policy side to help us get there. We need to be able to be cognizant of transition change, how fast we're doing it, how much it's going to cost, and how those costs get passed down to the customer. So this is a nice snapshot of the change throughout time through our different portfolios. And go ahead and stop there and see if anyone has questions or any comments or any discussion that you'd like to bring up at this time.
Hey, Mike, this is Mark. One quick question for you. Talking about the onshore wind opportunities to develop onshore wind in the mountains area of Western North Carolina.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and address that. We would like, if we had our druthers, we would like to develop some onshore wind in Western North Carolina. The problem is there is a state law called the Ridge Law informally, which prevents any type of building on top of mountains above a certain height. And that includes wind turbines, that includes condominiums, any building a house, any of that. And it covers all the state of North Carolina. So unfortunately, because tourism is the #1 industry in Western North Carolina, they use their power to prevent any type of building on mountains there.
Yeah, and that's a real good point, Robbie. And I will add, while we do see the best wind resource of onshore wind in the western part of the state, we have seen, and the if you look at the incremental onshore wind, some of this is forced in some of the higher portfolios, but we did see economic selection. Actually, the 750 megawatts is all economic selection of onshore wind using Central Carolina's wind portfolios. So instead of maybe the 40% wind capacity factors that you would get in the mountains, it uses closer to 30%. But still, with the decreases in cost, higher hub heights, all that sort of stuff, we are starting to see that be cost effective. Not only it would be in the mountain regions, but also in the central Piedmont and out towards the coast, where you even get a little better wind resource capacity factor.
Thank you.
Hi, Mike. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to the policy advancement issues that you see for the high SMR option. Like what sort of actions would North Carolina need to take to help promote SMRs?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and I will mention that yes, there's a lot of policy advancements that would be needed. One of the big ones for SMR is the technology development. The current scale SMR project being developed in Idaho is on track for deployment by I think the 7th of 2029. So using support from energy, whether it's the late legislature or initiatives through the commission or the regulatory bodies, we would need support to expedite permitting, expedite construction timelines, and getting these through land siting, all that sort of stuff. Ravi, I'm not sure if there's anything else that you want to add there, but it's that one is very, as you can see from the heuristic, completely dependent on the development of the technology and the policy to enable it. And even if we had a best case scenario in some of those, it'd still be a very, very tight timeline.
Yeah, and at the federal level, we would need some type of licensing regime where, a specific type of reactor is licensed for the entire country, and not just, and locations also. So you can build modularly. So every single, reactor you add does not have to be licensed separately. So much of nuclear building revolves around the regulatory cost of it and permitting and licensing, naturally. But if there can be some type of expedited permitting, which allows the modular building of SMRs, that would really reduce the cost. So there also would need to be action at the federal level.
Yeah, that's a great point, Robbie.
Yeah, thank you both for that.
Any other questions or comments?
While folks are thinking of stuff, I will point out of the great information that we have here on our summary slide. As you can see, our portfolios A and B are kind of our base cases. Those are in the 56 to almost 60% by 2030 range. As you continue to deploy, accelerate coal retirements and deploy wind or deploy SMR, you continue to see those reduction numbers go up. I was mentioning earlier that our earliest practicable coal retirement case and our no new gas generation case, just focusing on those two resources alone don't get you to that 70%. So you can see here by 2030, the system CO2 reductions for earliest practicable coal retirements were only at 64% reduction, so not getting to that 70. And then likewise with no new gas generation, we only get to 65%. So you really do need these extra resources to get you over that hump, to get you to 70%. We have a whole chapter in the IRP that focuses on, what we need to do to continue to push our boundaries, push our timelines, to meet those accelerated goals and to really get out there to 2050 and what sort of resources and what we need to be investing in now to make sure those resources are there in the future to meet those deep decarbonization goals of net zero by 2050. As you go up too, as you get these higher levels of carbon reductions, you're continuing to see your present value revenue requirement, which is a very common tool in the industry to measure how much a plan is going to cost you. As you go up into those deeper decarbonization and resource restricted portfolios, you see those costs continue to climb. And I did mention earlier too, in our high wind case, we see this really big transmission number. This transmission number in general is really only focusing on transmission that was looked at in the IRP. So it's not all inclusive of all of our grid modernization projects, storm hardening, targeted underground, all that sort of stuff. It's just focusing on what's in the IRP. You can see in this portfolio D and portfolio F that as we bring offshore wind into our portfolio, that transmission cost to get it from the coast to our load centers is going to be a significant cost. And as we go back down to what Sydney had mentioned, a dependency on technology and policy for siting and allowing these right of ways for transmission to get the energy from the coast to our load centers on the interior of the state.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Kelly said, I'm Chris Caldwell. I lead government and community relations at the Savannah River site for Savannah River Nuclear Solutions. We're the management and operations contractor here at SRS. Savannah River site now has around 11,000 employees, back up from around the 9,000 or so. We took a dip, but we're back into growth and really hiring mode, which I can touch on a little bit later for both current and new missions. But Savannah River Nuclear Solutions has about 6,800 of the 11,000 jobs are part of SRNS at Savannah River site. The rest are kind of split among the other contractors. I can share a little more detail as well too. Some of you are very familiar. We also have responsibility and oversight for the National Laboratory at Savannah River site, Savannah River National Laboratory, which is now splitting into a separate contract under Battelle. We've started the clock on a 120-day transition, which that will occur. Hopefully, we're thinking around the end of May. We think we'll have that transition worked out and finalized. But let me just go ahead and jump in and we'll kick off the video. I don't want to take too much away from it because with the pandemic, we had to pivot away from the public tour process, which I oversee for obvious reasons. And we decided if we could pull together a video driving tour of Savannah River site, that would be great. We tour about 2,000 people a year. We have free public tours throughout the year. We also have a lot of mission related tours. We tour the congressional delegations on a regular basis, but this gives us a chance to have something. It's now available and up and available on YouTube, but gives us a chance to let folks take a look behind the fence at Savannah River Site and talk a little bit about our history, but really about our current missions tied into national defense, the National Laboratory, and then there's some details on some of the exciting new missions, which you might have heard we're looking to bring to SRS. So with that, Kelly, I'll just go ahead and ask you if you want to kick off the video, and then I can be available after we're done to take any questions.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Department of Energy's Savannah River Site. We're going to go on a virtual tour today and show you a lot of things that go on behind the scenes here at our site. So come on, let's get on the bus. The Savannah River Site is a key United States Department of Energy industrial complex responsible for environmental stewardship, environmental cleanup, waste management, disposition of nuclear materials, and maintaining our nation's nuclear deterrent. For 70 years, Savannah River Site has been dedicated to maintaining the highest possible safety and security standards, protecting our worker, the public, the environment, and national security interests. Our driver today is Mr. Tim Schultz, and he and I are proud to show you Savannah River Site. Okay, so one of the first buildings that we come to as we come into A area or Alpha area would be the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory. This is their main complex here on site, but they do a lot of wonderful things all across the site. It was first established in 1951 when the Atomic Energy Commission, now the Department of Energy, asked several universities in the area to come out and do a one-time baseline study on all the plants and animals here on the site. Dr. Eugene Odom from the University of Georgia asked the Atomic Energy Commission if he could do a further study into the effects of not only the construction, but the operations that would go on here. You know, this site was mainly farmland before, and now he wanted to see what the effects of industrialization would do to the plants and animals. So he got a grant from the Atomic Energy Commission of $10,000. Well, that was a pretty good little amount in 1951. It wasn't enough to fully fund his program. So he came up with the great idea of using undergrads, interns, and graduate students to help him do his research. And then in 1954, it became a permanent fixture here on the site and has been here for 70 years now, doing great research. As a matter of fact, modern ecology, as we know it today, was born right here at Savannah River Site through the wonderful vision that Dr. Odom had. Okay, so on the right side, out the bus here, you can see the main campus of the Savannah River National Laboratory. So Savannah River National Laboratory is one of 17 of the Department of Energy laboratories. They're the newest in the complex of about 17 years, but they've been on site since day one in the early 1950s. They've helped develop every process that's gone on here at Savannah River Site, from handling the waste to dealing with the tritium supply, and helping to maintain all of these processes that we do here. They're mostly in the Environmental Management Lab of the Department of Energy complex. There's approximately 1,000 employees throughout the whole site. Most of them are here at the complex in A area. We have about 200 PhDs, a lot of them internationally known for their work. The Savannah River National Laboratory is very important to not just Savannah River Site, but to the nation and also internationally. Just one example is helping the Japan Atomic Energy Agency after the Fukushima nuclear disaster. And not only that, they have several other missions. They work with different government agencies as well, such as Homeland Security, the FBI. We have a forensics laboratory funded by the FBI and SRNL to deal with any kind of radiological exposure out in the real world. They can reconstruct a radiological crime scene right here and have done it in the past. When we say the phrase, we make the world safer, Savannah River National Laboratory has a large part in doing that. So when we ride through A area now, you can see some other buildings behind me here. A area is home to our badge office, human resources, our 911 center, and our emergency operations center, which can gear up very quickly to respond to an emergency if there should be one here on site. As we turn the corner, you can see one of our 3 fire and rescue operation buildings that we have here on site. And our fire and rescue stations are located strategically across the site that they can get to anywhere on site within 10 minutes. And that is a very safety significant role that they play here on site. So we have our own fire and EMS right here. Okay, so we're pulling up and stopping for a minute to talk about M area, which is an area that was very vital to the site way back in the day. This is where all the fuel target and safety rods were manufactured to be irradiated in one of our 5 reactors. Once those rods were made, they would be shipped out via rail out to one of the 5 reactors to be irradiated. And then from there, they would be shipped over to one of our separations facilities. A common practice back in the day for all industry, not just here at Savannah Riverside, was to have a seepage basin for wastewater. Here in A area, they used a lot of cleaning agents to make sure that these aluminum rods that they were manufacturing were very clean before they went to the reactor areas. So that cleaning agent would be pumped out into the seepage basin where it would then settle in. As we know now, that's not a good practice for our earth. So we actually closed that, one of the first such closures in the United States. And to date, in that area, we have removed over 450,000 pounds of heavy metals and degreasers in our cleanup efforts. So when it comes to environmental compliance and management, we're tops here at Savannah Riverside for cleaning up our legacy that's been left behind. One building still left standing in M area is known as the Curation Facility in the 315M building. Our Curation Facility is a site museum. It holds artifacts of the time before Savannah Riverside was here from all the little towns that were associated with what is now Savannah Riverside. It also holds a lot of artifacts from the time of what we call the Cold War era, the 1950s through the 1980s. If you have a chance, we'd love for you to visit the Savannah Riverside Museum in downtown Aiken, which is open to the public. Permanent, rotating, and interactive exhibits highlight the technical and scientific achievements, social impacts, and ecological accomplishments at Savannah Riverside. Okay, so as we travel on out of A and M area, we're going out further into the site now. But you'll notice on your left that we have a biomass cogeneration facility. That is a facility that burns wood chips. When we moved away from coal-fired plants back in the late 2000s, we burn the wood chips now to produce our process and heating steam that we use here in A area for the SRNL complex. Now we have 3 other such facilities across the site that do basically the same thing, and we will tour actually the largest one we have on site here in just a little while towards the end of our tour. So as we make our way on out into the site now, we'll talk a little bit about the size and the area where we're located, et cetera. We're about 15 miles south of Aiken, South Carolina, and we're about 310 square miles. To put it into perspective, the Beltway around DC would fit inside of Savannah Riverside. That's a large area, but it's not the largest DOE complex. We're actually the 4th largest in all of the complexes across the United States. When this land was chosen, it was chosen for several different reasons. Number one, we needed a large water source. That would be the Savannah River, our westernmost border. We needed that water for cooling water for our 5 reactors and also for our heavy water plant. Another reason the area was chosen, at the time, it was out of the range of Russian bombers. This was the beginning of the Cold War. Savannah Riverside had to be built very quickly once it was announced where it was going to be. In an unprecedented construction project, likening it to the building of the Panama Canal and one of the largest and safest construction projects ever in the United States. We built the 5 reactors, 2 large production separation facilities, and all the other support facilities on our 310 square miles in just 5 years. Our first reactor actually went operable in less than 3 years. A few other reasons this area was chosen was mostly farmland. It fared very well for us for a quick construction. Also had a mild climate, which meant we could work year round. And also we had an extremely supportive community, and we still do. As I mentioned, this was mostly farmland when this area was chosen. But the Atomic Energy Commission decided that they would ask the United States Forest Service to plant trees here for 2 reasons. One would be for erosion control, and the other would be for secrecy. What we were doing here at the time was extremely secretive. For the first 2 years of construction here at the site, they planted 40,000 trees a day. And in 1968, planted the 100 millionth pine seedling here at Savannah Riverside. Now, since then, we've harvested and replanted about 1 million trees a year, and our return of investment on that is between $4 and $7 million in timber sales that goes back into the United States Treasury. We only utilize about 10% of that acreage for our buildings, our roadways, and our parking lots. So basically about 90% of our site is woodlands. As a matter of fact, in 1972, Savannah Riverside became the first National Environmental Research Park. There are now 7 of those nationwide. You can imagine the amount of wildlife that we have here. A huge population of white-tailed deer, feral hogs, coyotes, raccoons, any other kind of wildlife you can basically think of, including 36 species of snakes. But don't worry, only 5 of those are venomous. Since the United States Forest Service manages the land, they also manage the wildlife population. They have a lottery-style system for deer hunts here on site. About 6,000 people a year will enter their name into the lottery, but about 2,000 people get to come out and hunt for white-tailed deer. The reason that we have management for the white-tailed deer and also for feral hogs is we're worried about a large animal vehicle collision here at the site. We also have a wild turkey hunt for mobility impaired and our Wounded Warrior Project. So when we talk about infrastructure here at the Savannah Riverside, we're talking about things like roads, our sewer system, our groundwater system, our drinking water that we have here. We're very self-contained at the Savannah Riverside. All of these projects are maintained by personnel here. We have about 230 miles of roads altogether. That's paved and dirt roads. But that infrastructure had to be in place very early on. To build the Savannah Riverside, it took 38,000 construction workers, 5 years. So you can imagine the amount of cars coming on and off site on a daily basis. And right now, we're coming on to a piece of South Carolina history. The very first cloverleaf in South Carolina was built right here at Savannah Riverside. And it's at what we call the main crossroads from the Aiken, South Carolina area and the Augusta, Georgia, North Augusta, South Carolina area. This would be where most of the traffic would be coming in on a daily basis. Personnel coming in, bringing products to us. We didn't manufacture anything out here. Everything had to be brought to us for all the building of the site. So while we no longer have 38,000 people here on site, the height of our personnel here would have been back in the early 90s of about 26,000 people. And today we have, from all the contractors on site, about 11,500 or so people. Savannah River Nuclear Solutions is the managing and operating contractor here at the Savannah River site for the Department of Energy. Some of our other contractors include Savannah River Remediation, which is our liquid waste contractor, Centerra, which is our paramilitary protective force here at the site, and Parsons, who built and will perform initial operations at the salt waste processing facility that we'll visit in just a little while. So we're coming into B area now, Bravo area, and several things are located here. This is the home of our main administrative offices, the Department of Energy office, Savannah River Nuclear Solutions office is here. Also, Centerra's main administrative offices are located here in B area. But something very important is also located here. It's called our B area labs. Now, our labs are associated mostly with checking the radioactivity that might be in an uptake of a person here at site if something would go wrong. But they also check all of our dosimetry badges here on a quarterly basis to make sure that we're not having an exposure greater than what the laws are allowed for individuals. Also, they do environmental bioassay surveys on groundwater, on soil, and even on wildlife. Things like fish and dead animals that we find. We conduct surveys. About 42,000 samples are sampled out of the B area labs. So let's talk a little bit more about Centerra. They are a private paramilitary protective force, and they are one of the largest in the world. Centerra is very good at protecting our assets here at Savannah River site. They actually have several boats that they go up and down the Savannah River, again, that being our westernmost border for the site, and also 2 helicopters that they can patrol our border from the air and any other areas that need to be taken care of. They have approximately 665 employees here at SRS. They guard different areas here. We have a perimeter barricade that we have personnel at. We have 10 barricades that come onto our site, and they're there 24/7 with those barricades, making sure people come on and off site safely with their badges. The Canine Protective Force, also run by Centerra, is very vital to us here. We check a lot of vehicles coming onto site and at different areas going into material access areas, limited areas, etc. We have canine units located there. These dogs are trained to detect anything gunpowder related or bomb making materials, and also to detect any kind of drugs or paraphernalia associated with drugs. Okay, so traveling along now, we're going from B area over to F area. So far we've talked about A area, M area, B area, and now we're going to F area. So what do these letters mean? They really don't mean anything to the outside public. It's kind of a holdover from the Cold War era when secrecy was very vital to us out here. Our areas are spaced out strategically for a reason. Again, the secrecy of what that particular area did. Also, if you didn't need to know what went on in that area, you didn't know. There's a reason behind why our site is so big. For the operations that went on here for many years, we had to keep a barrier between us and the public. If we were to have any kind of a leak, chemical, radiological, we would be able to track that from our Atmospheric Technologies Center located at Savannah River National Laboratory and let the public know what's coming. We can track wind direction, we can track the speed of the plume, etc., if we would have such a thing as that happen. going into F area now. F area is one of our chemical separations areas. In F area, we have a large building known as the Canyon. Now, this is where the separations process took place. Canyon's very long. It's almost 900 feet long, about 122 feet wide. And in the years of operations here, we processed almost 36 metric tons of this material. Now, we have enough plutonium to last us from now on. We'll never need to manufacture plutonium again. We have that plutonium stored here in another facility, K area. F area doesn't really process anything for us anymore. It's going cold and dark, and we're waiting on money to do the decontamination and decommissioning of this building sometime hopefully in the future. So on the left, as we go further into F area, you're going to see a very large building. This building is part of the National Nuclear Security Administration's buildings here on site. And we're hoping to repurpose this building to manufacture plutonium pits. Plutonium pits are a trigger mechanism in a nuclear warhead. And it's been told to us by the National Nuclear Security Administration and the Department of Defense that they need to replenish their plutonium pits in the nuclear warheads. And this needs to be started by the year 2030. They need to be able to have 80 pits a year available to them. Now, Los Alamos National Laboratory is the design authority on these pits, and they've been commissioned to manufacture 30 of these pits a year. And hopefully here at Savannah Riverside, when we repurpose this building, we'll be able to help them in that effort and manufacture up to 50 pits a year. So as we leave F area, we're going over to H area now, where we have some other processing facilities that we'd like to talk about. So the large area to our left is what we call E area or Echo area, but we call it the burial ground here at Savannah Riverside. For about 22 years, this served as our solid waste burial facility for low-level radioactive products such as shoe covers, clothing, tools, and some equipment that may not have been able to be decontaminated. We stopped using that in the early 1970s, and we stopped disposing of material here in that manner. What we did then was we took large concrete cask and we put that material inside. We covered that with a large concrete cover, and then we covered it with earth until we could figure out a better way to dispose of this transuranic waste, as we call it, a little bit higher level waste. So in the late 2000s, we started taking these concrete vaults and removing the material from it, reclassifying this material, and then we were able to ship it to the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant out in Carlsbad, New Mexico for permanent disposal. To date, we've sent about 30,000 55-gallon drums of contaminated material out of the state of South Carolina to be permanently disposed of. Now, you can also see out the left side of the bus here that we have a lot of groundwater monitoring wells around E area, but not just around E area. We have about 3,000 of these wells throughout the site. But here in E area, they're very important to us because several years ago, we determined that there was a groundwater plume underneath this burial ground that had tritiated water in it. Now, this was where rainwater had seeped through our burial ground and contaminated the groundwater underneath. We came up with a great idea to use a process known as phytoremediation. That's where we take this groundwater, we then irrigate about 60 acres of pine trees. Our pine trees here at Savannah Riverside love water, so the more we irrigate these areas, the faster these trees grow. The water's taken up into the pine trees with the tritium in it. Since tritium has a very short half-life, the natural recurrence of this tritium would be to turn back into hydrogen itself, which would naturally go back into the atmosphere. So through the process of phytoremediation, we're getting rid of this tritiated water and we're feeding our pine trees at the same time. So we're at one of our main crossroads right now. We're just about in the center of the site geographically. So this is where most of our processing took place over the many, many years. Again, this is the furthest from the public domain here. So again, the safety factor that we want to emphasize here. Safety and security are our two biggest missions here at Savannah River Site, other than what we do as a normal occupation on a daily basis. Okay, coming into H area now, or hotel area, several operations go on here. H Canyon is the largest shielded radiochemical separations facility operating still in the United States, and it's been doing so for the better part of 65 years. Now, while its mission is very different than when we first started here on site, it still does a valuable service for the United States. Over in L area, which is another one of our repurposed reactor areas, we have a storage basin of high enriched uranium fuel rods. These rods are brought over via rail to H Canyon. They're brought in through a series of airlocks, and this process is controlled by cranes from that point. What they do with this high enriched uranium is they separate it out. We take the waste product, we put it in H tank farm along with the other materials that we had from our Cold War legacy. And then the good material is actually shipped out to a fuel manufacturer where it's then converted into commercial fuel and used in a commercial reactor. And since we've been doing this process, we have converted about 310 metric tons of highly enriched uranium into commercial nuclear fuel. That's a win-win. We're getting rid of proliferable material and also turning it into something useful, such as electricity. The Savannah River Tritium Enterprise, also located here in H area, is a very important process for not just us here, but the nation and the world as well. The National Nuclear Security Administration manages the Savannah River Tritium Enterprise, but it's run by and operated by Savannah River Nuclear Solutions. This is the main reason that the site was built, actually. When we determined that the Russians had the ability to manufacture and detonate a nuclear warhead, that really put us into gear because they had that capability a lot sooner than we thought they would. We had the technology for the atomic bomb, as we proved in the World War II, but now we had the technology to also manufacture a hydrogen bomb, 100 times greater than the regular atomic weapon. Tritium is an isotope of hydrogen and key component of nuclear weapons. The radioactive decay of tritium is about 5.5% a year, or a half-life of about 12 years. Existing warheads are sent back to the Tritium Enterprise and recycled, extracted, and purified before being sent out to our warfighters. Tritium radioactively decays to a product known as helium-3, which is a very valuable commodity. It's used by the Office of Science and neutron detection equipment that is being installed all over the world to protect our nation and its allies from terrorism by the Department of Homeland Security. So let's switch gears now and talk about our environmental management that we do here at Savannah River Site. This is one of our main objectives now and very important missions that we're conducting here. The leftover waste from our Cold War processing for many years has been stored in 51 tanks at our F tank farm and H tank farm in those respective areas. Since 1997, 8 of those tanks have been successfully emptied, cleaned, and closed, filled with grout, never to be reused again. In fact, SRS accomplished the first high-level radioactive waste tank closure in the nation, where a specialized grout is placed into an empty tank for permanent closure. So the process is all managed by Savannah River Remediation, that is the liquid waste contractor here at Savannah River Site now. There's two different commodities basically inside of these tanks. One of them is called salt waste, and that's the majority of the waste that's in the tank. It has some higher level waste in it, but it goes through a process that was previously known as the actinide removal process and the modular caustic side solvent extraction units that we had located over in H area. Now, that was a project that was a 3-year project, but it was so successful that it ran for 11 years, and we actually processed some of that salt waste, helping us to empty those 8 tanks that we've already closed. They processed about 1 million gallons a year of salt waste. Well, salt waste processing facility is going to up our game tremendously in helping our tanks to get closed much sooner, reducing the threat to our environment. We'll now be able to process about 9 million gallons of this salt waste a year, emptying our tanks much sooner than we expected. The other product that we have in the tank is called sludge waste. It makes up a very small portion of what's in the tank, but it has the highest amount of curies or radioactivity in it. And we have to mix it with several different things, mostly water, to get it to where it would flow through the pipes going over to our next facility that we're about to visit in S area. This is known as the Defense Waste Processing Facility. So as we turn into S area here, you'll notice out the left side of the bus, the sign, but also behind it is a large metal canister. This canister is about 10 feet tall, 2 feet in diameter, and about 3/8 of an inch thick stainless steel. Now these canisters are what holds this process material that comes from the Defense Waste Processing Facility. So this sludge waste that comes into the Defense Waste Processing Facility is sent through several processes. It's then mixed in with a product known as borosilicate glass, and together this mixture is heated up to 2100 degrees Fahrenheit in our 65-ton steel and ceramic melter. These 10-foot tall canisters weigh about 5,000 pounds when filled, and they're filled with the liquid waste mixed with the borosilicate glass. It takes about a day and a half to fill one of those canisters. So after the canister is filled, it's set off to the side and it cools down. And then it's blasted with a silicate mixture that decontaminates the outside of the canister. The canister is then transported in our one-of-a-kind transport vehicle over to one of our glass waste storage buildings here in S area. Now this is temporary storage for us here at Savannah Riverside. Once a permanent federal repository is established, this material will then be moved to that for permanent storage. Just across the street from S area is Zulu area, where the saltstone material is stored. Now this is where the material is sent over from salt waste processing facility. It's mixed with concrete and slag and basically turned into a hard concrete product and stored in large tanks. In the past, we've used 3 and 5 million gallon tanks to store the salt stone here for permanent disposal at Savannah Riverside, since it is a low-level radioactive waste. But now with salt waste processing facility coming online, we're going to be processing a lot more. A couple of years ago, we started building what we call the mega tanks. We're going to build 7 of these 32 million gallon salt stone disposal units in total, and they will hold the rest of the salt waste that we'll process at SWPF. So from Z area, we have a pretty good little ride over to C area. This is one of our old reactors that we had in operation. Again, none of our reactors are operating here at Savannah Riverside. P reactor and R reactor have been permanently closed. They've been filled with grout and all the entrances have been shut. We don't have to do any more monitoring of these facilities, and they're basically large blocks of concrete sitting out in the middle of nowhere. This process was approved by the Environmental Protection Agency and also by South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control. Out of our other 3 reactors, we've actually repurposed 2. Because of its robust construction, security infrastructure, and rigorous seismic and structural upgrades, K-Area was chosen by DOE in early 2000 to serve as their premier plutonium storage facility. But an additional mission is changing K-Area. Downblend, or dilute and dispose, involves blending plutonium oxide that results in a mixture that is more secure and not usable for weapons that can be safely disposed of at the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant in New Mexico. This also helps get nuclear materials out of the state of South Carolina. Now, over in L area, we repurposed it to hold spent nuclear fuel. These are aluminum rods that have been irradiated. We have a 3.4 million gallon water pool over there that is used mainly for shielding. It's not because the rods are thermally hot. This is the material that basically we're repurposing through our H Canyon processing. So as we're heading over to C area, we're going to pass by N area or November area. November area for many years here at the site was known as Central Shops because it's very centrally located in the middle of our site. And this is where all of our construction material was brought way back in the day. A lot of our construction craft personnel were housed there for many years. We still have some there now. But we have our centralized trucking system there. We have our medical facility located there. Also, we still have our main receiving area there. Our main receiving area takes in everything from paper clips to bulldozers and then sends it out across the site as needed through our site trucking system. As we come into C area, you can obviously see where the reactor building is located. This huge building, while none of the reactors have been operating since 1989, C area has kind of been repurposed for several different things. The heavy water that we use as the moderator in our reactors have all been taken out of our reactors, and it's stored mainly here in C area. Savannah Riverside and Department of Defense partners have also used SRS lands to conduct military training exercises. Our rail system here at Savannah Riverside has been very vital for moving our products for us all across the site. Using the rail line is much safer than moving these products by truck. At one time, our rail system had about 70 miles of track, and that made it the largest private rail system in the United States. We still utilize our rail system today, but only about 30 miles of track. It hauls things now such as construction materials, large items that would be going into an area, and even still some product from L area over to H Canyon. So as we come into our largest biomass facility here at Savannah Riverside, you can see the steam lines of the steam that it produces for us. This steam is used for heating of buildings and also for processes that go on inside some of those buildings. Our largest biomass facility is run by Ameresco, and it receives about 50 semi-truckloads of wood chips on a daily basis. We're very proud of the fact that this facility is the largest biomass cogeneration facility of its type in operation in the federal sector. This plant produces 100% of the steam that we use here on site, and also about 28% of the electricity that we use. It's carbon neutral and the trees that the biomass comes from is a renewable resource, and we have an abundance of it here in the Southeast.
We are lovers, we are fighters, flying higher, and we never give. We are lovers, we are fighters, flying higher, and we never give. Writing our own story, yeah, 'cause we're legends. Writing our own story, yeah, 'cause we're legends. A fire burning in our bones. A fire burning in our bones. And nothing can put out the glow.
Wow, what a great tour. Thanks for riding along with us today. You know, we love giving these tours here at Savannah Riverside, especially to our public. Our rich 70-year history means a lot to us here, and we love showing it off. If you want some more information, you can go to www.srs.gov and visit us on social media as well. Thanks everybody again for riding along with us.
So that kind of wraps up the tour for Savannah Riverside. I think most of the highlights were pretty clear and listed. I'm glad to take any questions anyone might have related to the site, both history or current or proposed new missions to the site as well.
Any questions or comments about the video tour or in general for Savannah Riverside?
Yeah, hi Kelly, this is Nick Moore. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Chris, I was just curious, you saw a lot of, let's say, newspaper articles about the MOX project. Do you have any insights on that and what you think may be the future for that project?
Yeah. Actually, we're wrapping up what we're calling the MOX termination effort. Everything over the last 3 to 4 years, trended in the direction to wrap up. The Congress has decided, both the Obama administration and the Trump administration decided to end that project. I guess officially in 2018, they made the decision to go ahead and cease all the work on the project, wrap it up. What we're doing with that facility now, which you saw the facility, the pictures in F area were the partially completed MOX facility structures. What we're doing is we're converting that facility, the 226F facility, into the plutonium pit production mission at Savannah Riverside. The building was essentially completed, the entire structure, 500,000 square feet, whatever the exact number is, but, earthquake hardened resistant facility, but they, a lot of equipment, control rooms, all those materials hadn't been into it. So essentially we have the structure for that new mission to produce plutonium pits at Savannah River. We'll only use maybe 20 to 30%, I believe, is what it looks like for the design of that new mission at Savannah Riverside. That mission, and I'll just touch on that briefly, just because it ties into the question about the future of those former facilities. Long term, I think at peak construction, we'll have about 2,000 construction employees working on that project. And we're looking at around 1,200 permanent hires that would work on that facility. And I think non-site employees, they're looking between probably about a 1,500 or 1,600 employee impact across the region. But just like the tritium mission, we'll need plutonium pits, the repurposing of and reprocessing of plutonium pits for the nuclear deterrent for as long as we have a nuclear deterrent. So we're working on that. We've completed the first design phases of that project. We, SRNS, have submitted the design package for that at the end of January, which is about a 35, maybe 34%, what I heard the other day, of the completion of that. And NNSA, the National Nuclear Security Administration, will take the next few months taking a look at that exact project. And then we hope to get a green light to proceed on starting to do some of that physical work inside that building. There are some walls and different changes we know we need to make in the physical structure of the building, but then we're already working on the long lead time for glove boxes, analytical equipment, everything we need for that. So the commitment we have, and the mission will be split between Savannah River Site and Los Alamos National Laboratory. The commitment of the Department of Defense is that by 2030, the Department of Energy would be producing 80 pits per year. 30 would be produced at Los Alamos National Laboratory, and 50 pits would be produced at Savannah River Site. They're making a lot of modifications. We're actually sharing resources. Los Alamos has that mission today. They've had that mission for about a decade. We're sending another 5 people down in the next few weeks, I think, to learn plutonium pit production strategies and processes. We've already had 5 on the ground in Los Alamos for about a year now. So we're sharing both on the technology front and the people front. We're sharing resources to figure out exactly how we get that done. I think most of you on this call would recognize these sorts of projects are extremely challenging in 2021. America used to be able to turn these around and do these kind of massive projects. And we all know what happened in 2 to 3 years with the Manhattan Project. We've got a different world today from the environmental and regulatory side. Getting to that 50 pits per year goal by 2030 is an extremely aggressive timeline. But we believe we've got the support, we've got the resources, and the infrastructure at SRS to really make that happen.
Thank you.
Great question. And I'll just touch, also, we really have 3 major capital construction projects that are underway at SRS right now. The first really is the plutonium pit production project, which is the largest of those projects. The other 2 are equally important. The first is really a replacement tritium finishing facility for that operation, the tritium facility in H area. We're going to be replacing one of the final buildings in the production process. It's actually a new structure, about a $500 million investment, but it'll replace a 1950s era building that we know we need to we'll take down to the ground. And that project's already gone through the initial phases on the design and approval process within DOE. But that'll be part of the tritium and nuclear deterrent process going forward. And the last piece is one you've probably seen, and it was tied into a lot of the decisions around the MOX production facility, the decision to stop that. Both the governor and the attorney general's pushback on the Department of Energy and the U.S. government really on what to do with that surplus plutonium that's stored in South Carolina. The exit path was going to be making that into that MOXable fuel. Now you saw in the video, they talked about the dilute dispose process, where we'll take that surplus plutonium, mix it with an adulterant, package it, and ship that material to the WIPP, the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant in Carlsbad, New Mexico. We've already have 1 glove box that's underway. That capital project involves actually constructing 3 additional glove boxes at SRS, staffing up for 24/7 operations for that dilute and dispose mission, and then some infrastructure investments as well too. So the commitment is to get those metric tons of that surplus plutonium out of the state of South Carolina and honor that agreement that Attorney General Wilson made with the Department of Energy. So that's going to take several decades. I think we have around 15, 16 years. We believe we can ramp up, and we can hopefully, there'll be process improvements along the way. We hope we can get that done even faster. But the commitment from the Department of Energy is get that surplus plutonium out of the state of South Carolina into a long-term safe repository.
So I appreciate you putting me on the agenda today. I'm Greg Schneider. I'm the business development leader for GE Hitachi Nuclear Energy, our decommissioning services business. We're headquartered in Wilmington, North Carolina. We still have a lot of international presence in Taiwan, Japan, Sweden, Spain, and Switzerland, where we have a lot of operating reactors. But decommissioning, which was a dirty word in GE just a few years ago, is now one of our businesses. And originally, when I was thinking about how to give this presentation, I had 2 ideas. One was to just talk about the technical aspect of it, but I thought it'd be more interesting to talk about why we are doing decommissioning reactors at all. I think it's a bit of a surprise when you talk to people on airplanes, which I used to do a lot. And they say, well, what do you do? And I say, well, I take down nuclear power plants. They're like, why are we taking them down? And that's how I'd like to start today's discussion. And I don't mind if you have questions in the middle of this, just interrupt me and I'll field any questions that come up. All right, so this chart, which I got from the EIA, shows nuclear as a percentage of total generation, starting in about 1960 when the first test reactors came on, and then commercial reactors in the 70s and so forth, all the way up to roughly today. And a couple of bullets on the right or left side there. We produce about 20% of the US generation, and it's been pretty steady. There have only been a few market disruptions in that 50-year span. One was 3 Mile Island, which was a bit of a pause in the late 70s. And then again in the late 90s, when natural gas price just really bottomed and generators started to switch over to different supply. But in that period when the curve was rising, it was largely a function of new units coming on. So in 1970, there were 5 reactors in the United States. At its peak, there were 120. So units were coming on at a pretty good clip. And the last ones that I can recall from a GE standpoint that came on were in the mid to late 90s. Now, it's been a while since we've had a new GE reactor come on. I think 2 came on in the TVA system in the last few years. But we went from 3 to 5 a year to virtually 0 since the year 2000. In that period, and especially after 3 Mile Island, the focus changed from just being connected to the grid to being connected to the grid a lot. So capacity factors, which were pretty lousy, are in the 85% range now, and that's pretty good for a nuclear power station. And many of them are in the upper 90s, and they run continuously for up to 800 days. So these are very good at producing a lot of steady state electricity for long periods of time. The other thing that occurred is, most of the plants have been designed in the 60s and 70s. And as we got smarter with better computing, with better understanding of metallurgy, with better production technologies, we found ways to get more power out of an existing station. And we marketed that as a power uprate. And virtually every plant in the United States took advantage of a power uprate. So if you were originally rated for 1,000 megawatts, after a power uprate, you were at 1,200 megawatts and were able to sell that additional electricity into the market. And because these plants were really built with a lot of robust technologies and had gone through a number of systems improvements, operations and stability improvements, many went to the NRC and were able to prove that that plant, which was originally licensed for 40 years, could operate for an additional 20 years. So that's another way to extend the life of these plants. And a number of power plants just in the last few years have started to ask the NRC for 20 additional years, which means they'll run up to 80 years from their original commissioning date. And only a handful of plants that were built, in that 60s and 70s area, which were small in megawatt output, or were demonstration plants, were retired and decommissioned. So decommissioning was a hobby. There might have been 5 or 10 between 1960 and 1980. And we'll talk about where we are today. A lot more units. All right, this is just a quick look at all the generating sources. You can see nuclear right in the middle there from the mid 80s till today, hovering around down, natural gas going up, and then some small contributors with the renewables and hydro and so forth. So nuclear has been a very steady contributor for most of our adult lifetimes, around 20% of US total generation. All right, but then some things occurred to upset that apple cart. And basically it's 2 disruptions. And one is deregulation. So in the late 90s, laws were changed that allowed states or regions or the transmission companies to either be a generator or a transmitter and to deregulate the market to let other market participants come in and produce electricity. But they also made the other costs. Now they had to compete for these power purchase agreements with all their costs in. So utilities started to lose purchase power agreements and went through a long, torturous process of trying to be efficient. A good example of that balance, if you will, lack of balance, is between a combined cycle gas turbine plant, which might have 20 to 50 employees and gets turned on with a mouse switch, maybe 300 or 400 miles away, to a nuclear power plant, which produces maybe 1.5 times the power, but it has 800 employees who come to work every day. So there's a huge difference in the base cost of these plants. So when these gas plants, peaking units, and other technologies started to emerge with a small base cost, the nuclear cycle units with a much bigger base cost load really had a lot of challenges. So during that period, a number of the plants which were owned might have been single unit sites or might have been owned by a utility that only possessed a single nuclear unit. They decided to sell those plants, and they're listed on the right side there. So out of the roughly 110 plants that were operating around the year 2000, 15% of them transacted. They were sold to somebody else. And to give you an idea of the value of these plants, Vermont Yankee is a great example where I think it was Vermont Public Power sold the plant to Entergy, which is headquartered in Louisiana, for $100 million. The physical plant was $23 million, and the fuel, the uranium, was $77 million. If you were to try to rebuild Vermont Yankee today, it'd be a $10 or $15 billion project. So the book value of these assets plummeted, and deregulation drove a lot of them right to the brink of being economic to operate. The second disruptor that occurred was fracking. So cheap natural gas emerged in the last 10 years and has underrun the competitive price range for nuclear and looks like it's going to be that way for a long time. In the 2000 to 2010 period, nuclear operated cost effectively and gas spiked several times. You might recall if you lived in certain areas and you had a very price of natural gas really went up. But then in this 2010 to 20 area, it became clear that gas supplies were increasing dramatically, started to have the discussion around CO2 and so forth, which inhibited coal, but it made those borderline profitable plants not economic. So a lot of those 15 that were sold, a number of them closed, just shut down operations and became available for decommissioning. The other piece, and it's what's got the red bullseye on it, is around 2008, 9, 10, we were talking about a nuclear renaissance in the United States, and that's over. There's going to be some new nuclear plants built, but they're going to be very selective, and they'll probably be small modular reactors, 200, 300 megawatt class power plant versus the 1,000 megawatt plants or 1,500 megawatt plants that were built in the late 80s. So it's very disruptive, these two phenomena of deregulation and then big change in the fuel supply has made many of these nuclear plants not economic. So this is a slide from the NRC that looks at all the plants that are in various phases of decommissioning across the United States. And it's an eye chart. If you want to take a look at this, it's available on the NRC's website. But you can see most of the decommissionings are in the deregulated parts of the country, the Northeast and the Southwest. There are different phases of decommissioning, and I'll show you two of those in a minute, but one is SafeStore and one is decon. So the green Ds are the plants that are actively being dismantled and decommissioned right now. The ones that have an S are in SafeStore, and we'll talk about that. And that's just a long-term hibernation period. It is worth noting, and I did, that where you see the red circle, those two plants were physically damaged during upgrades and rendered inoperable. They could have gone another 30 to 40 years each, but the cost of repairing the failed repair exceeded the economic value of the remainder of the plant's life. So when you crack open a nuclear power plant to fix something, you expect maybe to spend $50 million, $80 million, $100 million to replace a major component. The cost to repair the damage of these two plants exceeded $1 billion. So it was a pretty simple decision to also decommission those power plants. And that's the plant in California, San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station, and in Florida, Crystal River 3. So there's some economic casualties, both from a regulation and physical damage standpoint here. And then, like I mentioned earlier, some of the original demonstration and old plants, the Dresden 1, Fermi 1, Indian Point 1, and so forth. They've done some amount of work, but because there's multiple units at the site, you can't clean everything up yet. So they are placed in that long-term safe store condition and will be decommissioned when the balance of the units on those sites also shut down. So on the left side, these are the three major phases of decommissioning that are permitted by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Once the plant has made the decision that it's not economic to run or there's a technical challenge with the plant, they're required to notify the NRC by letters that they've ceased operation, and then about 30 days later, they'll send them another note saying they've taken all the fuel out of the reactor. And these are permanent, irrevocable letters. So once you make the transition, your license state changes from an operator to just a possessor of nuclear fuel, and you can't go backwards. You know, why those are important is the operator then doesn't have to do as many surveillances. They don't have to report as many things to the regulator. They get to start looking at reductions in people and security perimeters and things like that. But it's still a highly regulated site until it's in either a fully licensed terminated position or in a different fuel ownership stake, and I'll talk about that momentarily. Ultimately, they have to submit what's called a PSDAR, post-shutdown decommissioning activities report. A lot of alphabet soup in the nuclear industry. But it's the plan that says over the next 10 to 50 years, here is how we will manage the site. Here's our intention to a process and a technical approach to how we will decommission the plant. Once the NRC has signed off on that, then they get access to a decommissioning trust fund. And that's a fund that's been built up over the lifetime of the plant's operation and should be in the neighborhood of $1 billion, equivalent to take the plant down. Then you enter phase two, and this is when you get to start disassembling the power plant. The NRC doesn't require that you come in and show them a detailed list of how you're going to do it. You've explained your approach in the PSDAR. Now you simply begin executing it. And it's during this phase that major components start to come out of the power station. And in the interest of GE is the reactors. And we'll talk about that in a little more detail momentarily. The big challenge and what's left behind is the nuclear fuel. So Yucca Mountain was supposed to be America's repository for used nuclear fuel and other high activated wastes coming out of the commercial power industry. Unfortunately, for a myriad of reasons, and I won't go into those today, Yucca was terminated, and we don't have a solution to take that fuel today. So the fuel is moved out of the buildings and put into steel cans and then packed into concrete tubes. And that's what's shown here in the lower portion of that picture of the old Connecticut Yankee site. So the plant's gone. You can see what it looked like when it was operating. And then today, the operating site's all cleaned off and the fuel's over there hiding in the woods. And there's guys in pickup trucks with weapons that guard it 24/7 to the tune of about $7 to $10 million a year. And that money's back charged to the federal government for their failure to come pick up the fuel starting in the 90s. Ultimately, the site structures are demolished and you proceed to license termination activity, which is taking a bunch of samples of water, of soil, some test boreholes to go down however many feet the NRC requires you to dig, proving that the site's in no worse a condition than the day they started the construction of the site. When everybody's happy, the NRC terminates the license. The only license that remains in this case, and in the case of every other U.S. nuclear power plant, will be a license to operate that spent fuel pad. So that's still highly regulated space, and again, costs a significant amount of money annually to maintain. I will point out two other things that are important. One, source of water for cooling, critically important, and the grid connection where the power used to go to the grid remains. Those grid connections are invaluable, and there's somewhere, it's probably not legible or visible on these images, is rail, the way all the components were delivered back in the 60s and 70s to construct these plants. All right, so the two methods we talked about earlier were prompt decommissioning. Those were the Ds, which allowed you to start working immediately, and the other safe store. And a couple key features of each of those are shown there. One, if you have enough money in your trust fund and you think you have enough to do the work immediately, then you'll do the prompt decommissioning model. It just makes sense to clean up your balance sheet and take that plant down while you still have some of the people who work there for many years. We know how much it's going to cost in current dollars to do the work, and it seems less risky to just go ahead and take the plant apart. It's also very conducive if you only have one plant on a site. You don't have to worry about having an operating unit sitting next to one that's being decommissioned. Now we have a third group that's coming in with interest in buying these assets, and it's companies that want to redevelop that land, which in every case, decisions of for-profit communities going in there. But there's also a group who want to put a new power plant on there because it has those three features we talked about a minute ago: rail, cooling water, and a grid connection. And it makes sense to put in another power plant, whether it's a small solar park, a couple of wind units, or in the SMR case, you can build another small modular reactor there. Because we all know of the cost of trying to build a pipeline in this country or cut down trees to run a new grid interconnection or to build new rail lines. It's cost prohibitive, it's regulatory, can get hung up in the courts. So there's a lot of value in reusing those existing national infrastructure points for the future of our power. And as I explained earlier, the fuel is going to remain on site. If you go the prompt decommissioning route, you're talking 7 to 10 years from the day the plant shuts down until the license is terminated and you can do other things with the land. The other story is when there is insufficient funds for any variety of reasons, they don't have enough money to take the entire structure down, they go into safe store and they continue to earn investment income and build the value of those funds until there's enough money available. The NRC gives you 60 years from the day you cease operations until the license is terminated. So a lot of companies are in no rush to spend that $1 billion, and they continue to invest it, and maybe are waiting for a second or a third unit on some of the sites to come down and do the whole site at once. The third option in the US is entombment, where you fill the whole thing with concrete, but that's rarely used because it makes it permanent. And the promise from the NRC to the public when these plants were licensed was that the land would ultimately, be made available for future use when licenses are terminated. All right, so we've got some we'll call commercial models that have been employed for decommissioning power plants over the last 20 or 30 years. A lot of utilities decided, since they were very good at making electricity, that they'd be very good at taking a power plant down. And that was a bad idea. A lot of those early plants didn't come down well, led to budget problems, court cases, and things like that. So self-performing, taking a nuclear power plant down is not a real great idea. So what emerged was this DGC model. So you would have a general contractor come in with nuclear pedigree. They would work for the utility, and they would become the GC find specialists who could come in and do a variety of different nuclear tasks until the site was semi-clean, and then you come in and demolish the buildings and do remediation activities. But several new models have emerged. Third one there is licensed stewardship, where a company comes in and takes the license through an NRC-approved transfer process during the decommissioning phase. And when all the work is done, the license reverts back to the utility. That's been used in several cases, Zion Power Plant and La Crosse Station in Wisconsin, but I don't think it's going to be used again. The fourth is a brand new one, and this is asset transfer. So the utility sells the asset, which is no longer producing any electricity. It's just, in the eyes of the utility, it's a liability. Well, these new companies that have emerged see it as an asset, and they want to buy them. You may have heard of Holtec in New Jersey, or Advanced Decommissioning Partners in New York. They are getting enough capital together to buy the plants, meet the requirements that the NRC imposes upon them, and their value proposition is they can underrun cost estimates because they're good at their craft, and they get to keep any funds that aren't expended during the execution of the physical work. So there's 3 plants shown there where this is actually in place, and I think there's a fourth now, Crystal River in Florida. On the left side, you see this owner risk transfer. So in the old days, when the utilities hung on to the plants and tried to self-perform, they didn't transfer much of the risk of that nuclear liability to third parties. Well, now we're down the asset transfer model. 100% of that risk is transferred to third parties, and that's very attractive to a utility, especially if you only have 1, 2, or 3 units. In a very short period of time, you can become a non-nuclear utility. Wall Street appears to like that. The insurance companies like that, and you get to clean up your balance sheet and not have all those headwinds of taking down nuclear power plants. The question that we'll answer in the next 5 to 10 years is the asset transfer model truly viable and accepted by the regulatory bodies, by the state governments, and by the public in general? Can they do it safely? Can they do it more efficiently? And if so, there's another 70 or 80 power plants in the United States that could be decommissioned using that model. A fifth, a sixth, a seventh could emerge over time as well. We will see. All right, so this is what GE does. This is the physical process of decommissioning a power plant. So we've got a simple image there on the left side that shows you what a reactor looks like. We don't go after the buildings, the engineering spaces, the cooling towers, and things like that. That can be done by any number of US demolition companies. What we like to do is take apart the reactors that we built in the 60s and 70s because we're good at it. We've maintained and served and refueled those power stations for many years. And the more you know about a plant, the less risk there is when it comes time to take it down. But they're rather enormous. They're very tall, they're cylindrical, and there's a lot of metals that have to be disposed of. And after 40 to 60 years of being irradiated by fuel, which is roughly the middle of that picture where the purple arrow is, that metal is extremely radioactive. So all the work we do here is underwater, about 70 to 80 feet with remote tools. We do a number of processes in the middle of creating 3D models, determining a plan on where we're going to make cuts, how we're going to make the cuts, how we're going to get these items out of the water in a safe way, put together schedules, and then we go compete to win these projects. And then on the right side, you can see the tool we use. It's like a giant skill saw. Got a rotating table. It's got a saw that moves left and right and up and down and so forth. So we can take every component out of that reactor on the left, place it on that saw on the right, and make it into some size of a refrigerator that you would find in somebody's home. There's a lot of cutting. There's a lot of rigging and lifting of these highly irradiated chunks of metal, but we do it all safely. The items are ultimately put into containers for transport and taken to a U.S. waste site that accepts metal for burial. And start to finish, you can do that work in about 1.5 years. And then some pictures of some of the plants that we're working on or have worked on in the past. This is one of the first items you would take out of a nuclear reactor once you remove the top. And you can see, I'm not sure if my mouse is on screen here, but that is his physical saw blade making a cut through the steel assembly. The things shown in blue here are our tool. Here's a second shot looking down, the saw's in a different configuration, cutting up what's left of that component. And then a third shot over here showing a highly radioactive item being cut up. So another shot, here's our human machine interface, simple workstation with an iPad and some camera so the operator can see what he's doing. And looking down into the pool, there's a bunch of tubes here, and you can see a number of them have been cut off down here. So it's a size reduction activity. Here you can physically see the saw cutting into a tube. Might take a minute or two to make a cut like that. And once the part is liberated, we put it on a crane and lay it into this metal box, which will be taken out of the water, drained, dried, and then transported to an ultimate disposal site. Shown on the left, this is the reactor vessel, which is that long tube I showed in that image a few minutes ago, and we're taking components out of it. It's like a stack up of parts. So we're pulling this part out, and then on the right side, we've put that part on our industrial skill saw, and we're just ripping it into small pieces with this saw. This is the hottest item that comes out of that reactor. We talk about things of having R values. This one has 70,000 Rs. In the United States, you don't want to see anything even above millirem activation and dose levels. So this is a very hot component because it holds the nuclear fuel bundles together during plant operation for that 40 to 60 year lifetime. So it sees an enormous amount of neutron exposure and activation. So it's a very high power gamma energy emitter for a very long time. So it gets cut up, boxed, and buried. Here's another large component. And I select these pictures because they're very clear to see. You can see the top of the tool, you can see the saw, you can see one of those towers assemblies we looked at. And then we're just cutting this thing into like diving board shaped pieces, which will be picked up, put in boxes, and transported. This is a bigger structure. Again, you can't see the saw because we're looking at it on end, but it will cut down and make a long vertical cut, and then we'll come back and make horizontal cuts. Ultimately, all the parts will be processed through size reduction, packaging, and so forth. So that is a couple thoughts on nuclear decommissioning, why we're doing it, the changes in the marketplace, the NRC's minimal hands-on here, but I do control the process, but they allow the operators of these decommissioning projects pretty broad latitude. And technology, very mature, very predictable. Unlike the decommissioning projects 20 or 30 years ago, these are on time, on cost, and with certain outcomes. So that concludes my comments for today. I'll take any questions if anybody has any.
Questions for Greg, or you can put them in the chat box if you don't want to unmute. I'd be happy to read them out. Or David, I don't know if you're still with us, if you have any thoughts.
I'm still with you.
Very good.
You had talked about those different decommissioning models and strategies. It sounds like, but I wasn't quite sure, GE will...
So Greg, how about some thoughts on the size of this industry and its longevity?
I heard two people talking there.
Sorry, there must have been a delay.
I think I heard the second question better than the first. You asked about the size of the industry and how long it's going to be viable. Is that correct? All right. If I heard it properly, you asked how big the market is. So for what we do, it's a relatively small market. There's just taking out the reactors. maybe $1 billion over the next 5 to 10 years. But the total decommissioning industry of $1 billion to take out that whole site back to a license terminated state times the roughly 100 sites in the United States says it's a very large market. $100 billion. It's operating now, so some of that 100 billion is being spent currently, and it will run probably for another 40 years.
I believe the other question was from Andrea. Do you want to unmute and ask that again?
Yeah, my question was on the different models. It sounded like GE y'all can do your part of the decommissioning process no matter what model a utility or an operator chooses.
That's correct.
Okay.
There was one in the chat box. How do you handle the chips from cutting, and do you sell irradiated material for research purposes?
Okay. The chips that are produced during our operation are collected with an industrial vacuum. We know the volume that we're going to generate by knowing the width of the saw and how much sawing we're going to do. And it's on the order of, say, 40 cubic feet of metal. That will end up in the waste box with the rest of the components. And we clean it up completely. You know, every chip is emitting some amount of radiation. So while we're doing our cleanup process after cutting activities have terminated, until we're getting very low radiation levels, we know that there's still chips. So you continue to sweep it up. It might take a week or two to collect all the chips and sweep up all the very small metallic fines that have been generated. But we'll get them all. And again, they'll be disposed of with the rest of the metal waste. In terms of, do we recycle for medical? Currently, the answer is no. I know that's been discussed. It just hasn't had enough thought around it to see if it's commercially viable.
Do you see, excuse me, do you see a possibility for the U.S. decommissioning industry to do a lot of expansion overseas? I know a lot of countries are either phasing out older reactors or, decommissioning, like Japan or Germany. So is that something the U.S. industry is looking at?
Yeah, absolutely. Including ourselves, there's several other companies. Westinghouse would be one of them. Who are active globally. We finished 2 projects in Sweden a few years ago at a plant called Oskarshamn. Westinghouse has done a few in Sweden, several in Germany, and I'm currently active in trying to develop the first commercial models for Japan. So post-Fukushima, the Japanese went from operating 54 plants to today 9, and at least 25 of those plants that aren't operating, they've been declared by the Japanese government to be not operable or licensable going forward as power producing plants. So they're going to be decommissioned. Taiwan has a number that will be decommissioned. Korea, Spain, Italy, United Kingdom. So there are decommissioning plants all over the West that built light water reactors or similar technologies. So it's truly a global marketplace. And even in parts of the world where Russian-style reactors were built that don't have sufficient protections to warrant GE's interest, they too are being decommissioned. So in Lithuania, Slovakia, and in Russia proper, some of their oldest plants are being decommissioned.
With Japan, do you know what their plan is for all the low-level waste from the decommissioning? You know, here in the U.S. we have like Clive and Barnwell and places like that. Does Japan have, I'm just not familiar with them, do they have like a large low-level waste storage area? Or are they looking at storing that maybe in another country?
Well, that's a great question. Japan intended to operate a mature and growing nuclear fleet out to like 2100. When Fukushima occurred almost, well, I think it's 10 years ago tomorrow, that stopped that line of thought in its tracks. And suddenly preparedness for waste storage has become a huge gap in what to do with all the waste, both at the Fukushima site and at all the sites that have been permanently shut down, that 25 plants we talked about a minute ago. They also were going to reprocess their own fuel, and that whole line of thinking was terminated, I think, back in 2014 or 15. They, to my knowledge, have a lot of blue ribbon commissions looking at these issues. What do we do with the waste? What do we do with all this used nuclear fuel? But they do not have any repositories for any waste, low level or otherwise, ready to go. Therefore, and this is just speculation in the media, Fukushima looks like a great place to store all that waste because parts of that plant site could be reconditioned for bunkers or other things like that, given you'll never be able to use it as a license terminated, build something else there plant for many, many years. But that's politically unattractive to the local residents. So not a lot of progress in Japan on what to do with all that waste. They have talked about shipping it, but a lot of countries have laws that prohibit importation of radioactive materials from other countries. So it's a very complex problem.
Yeah, thanks. Do you know if they do any export for volume reduction and re-import? I know like Canada, I think, and maybe Germany imports to some U.S. companies that then incinerate or do volume reduction, then re-export it back. You know, if Japan's doing any of that?
I'm not sure about anything involving incineration. I do know that metal melting for volume reduction is very popular in Europe. And there was an operation in Memphis at one time that did metal melting. But there are problems with transportation. I think the Canadian OPG was trying to send steam generators down the St. Lawrence Seaway for that very purpose, to send them to Sweden, which has a robust metal melting industry, and it got hung up in the courts, and I think they're still somewhere in Canada. So it's possible, but it's much easier to do it within Europe than it is to cross the Atlantic Ocean or the Pacific Ocean for volume reduction. And I know the Swedes and the Germans specifically are very fond of recycling a lot of this steel for other industrial uses. They don't want to bury it at all. In the United States, given we've got a lot of open desert space and existing repositories out in Clive, in state of Texas, and to a lesser extent in South Carolina at Barnwell, everything gets buried.
Gotcha. Thank you for that explanation.
You're welcome.
Greg, with this waste that, let's say, is there and continues to grow, and we have to protect it after decommissioning it, as you said, $7 million a year. At what point does reprocessing make economic sense?
Yeah, it's a little bit out of my swim lane, but I know a lot of my GE affiliates and cohorts think that's the only right answer. We don't call it spent fuel anymore. We call it used fuel, and it's not completely used up. We only take out on the order of 5 to 10% of the energy out of a fuel bundle in a light water reactor. And I think 8 other countries in the world have gone to high temperature, fast neutron reactors to reprocess their fuel and get that remaining 80 or 90% of that energy out. And what comes out of a fast neutron high temperature reactor doesn't have a 100,000 year half-life, it's 300 years. So now you can start to rationalize a completely different end state for the nuclear industry that doesn't involve burying this stuff at a yucca-like facility that's so politically unattractive in the United States as it is in Japan, and get an economic value from it. So I think we're on the cusp of having that discussion again. But China, Russia, India, Japan, although they've had trouble with it, France, several others have operating high temp, fast neutron reactors where you can put this semi-used fuel in there and get a energy payback, get a volume reduction of the materials, get proliferation benefits because you can't use it in a nefarious way any longer, and the output of that process is a much shorter half challenge for future generations.